Hey there everyone, and welcome to our Spanish Express course. I'm Nathan with Learn Spanish Edition, and I'm really excited to help you start speaking real-world Spanish. Whether you are a complete beginner, or maybe you've tried other courses before and just didn't get the results you wanted. Maybe you learned a few set phrases or had a lot of overcomplicated grammar thrown at you, but nothing seemed to click. If that sounds like you, then I think you're really going to enjoy what I've built for you in this course. First of all, let me just say what this course doesn't do. I'm not going to give you a bunch of static tourist phrases, nor am I going to lead you down this path of long and endless grammar explanations. That's only going to slow down your progress and leave you feeling frustrated. Instead, we focus on real and natural Spanish, the kind you actually hear and use in everyday life. We do that through our very simple building blocks approach. With each lesson, you'll learn new words, structures, and formulas that naturally stack on top of one another. This is what will give you the power and freedom to finally start building sentences and expressing your own thoughts in your own words. We take everything step by step. Each lesson is carefully built on top of the last, so everything feels connected and easy to follow. You'll always understand why something works the way it does. It's very important for me that I teach you in this way, as it means that, over time, this will allow you to develop a natural instinct for Spanish, so that writing, speaking, and listening all become like second nature. The course is designed around quick wins, so you're always feeling progress, and that momentum makes learning not only faster, but also far more enjoyable. Every lesson is crystal clear and gets straight to the point. No fluff, no filler, just Spanish that actually sticks. And after each lesson, we'll run practice drills to help you lock in everything that you've learned. So whether you're starting completely from scratch or coming back to Spanish after not having much luck in the past, this course will finally help you connect the dots and start speaking with confidence. I have no doubt that this will do wonders for your Spanish. In fact, by the end, you'll find that your Spanish has been completely transformed. So I hope you give this a go, and I look forward to seeing you in the members area. Hasta pronto. Welcome to this first lesson of the course. The first thing that we're going to do is break down how Spanish sounds. The great news is that Spanish pronunciation is very consistent, meaning that once you learn the sounds, you can read most words exactly as they're written. This is a stark contrast to English, where the sounds that letters make can be quite different depending on the word. With Spanish, you won't find too many surprises. This makes pronunciation in Spanish very easy. It's just a case of learning the sounds. On top of this, many letters sound identical to how they are pronounced in English. The key difference is that they'll take on a cleaner and softer sound in Spanish. Now, vowels are your best friend. You'll find at least one of these in every single word in the language, so let's cover those first and look at some examples. Here we have a word with a. Casa. This is the word for house. Casa. Don't worry about remembering these words right now. Just focus on the pronunciation. Listen to how I say it and repeat after me. Casa. Here's a word with e. Leche. Leche. This is the word for milk. Amigo is the word for friend, and as you can see, contains the letter I, which brings us on to our first main point, which is that the letter I in Spanish will take on more of a double E sound. So we get amigo, amigo. Loco. This has two O's, loco. You've probably heard it before somewhere, and this means crazy, loco. Lastly, we have the word for world, which has a U, mundo. We have a little bit of a distinctive difference here, because the U in Spanish is pronounced as a double O, so we get this U sound. Mundo. Here's another word, vino. I want to draw your attention to this V, as very often, at least in Latin America, you'll hear this take on more of a soft B. So the pronunciation that we have here is vino. This is the word for wine, vino. Now, the next key thing that I want to point out is that the H is silent in Spanish. You can see this happen with hola. We're basically skipping over the H in our pronunciation of the word hola. Let's look at some of the unique sounds that we have in Spanish. There's really only a couple. Here's the word for key, and as you can see, we have this double L appearing at the start of the word. Whenever you have a double L in Spanish, it will take on a Y sound. Llave. Also, once again, notice how this V sounds like a soft B. Llave. Take a look at this next word. Mañana. So, what is the odd end with the swervy line above it? This is a special character which is still an N, but it's almost like it has a Y immediately followed by it. So we get this ñ sound. Mañana. This means tomorrow. Mañana. In this next word, which is the word for car, you can see this double R. Now, whenever you come across a double R, you'll roll it. So we have carro. Carro. Jugo is the word for juice. Jugo. Notice how the letter J doesn't sound like a J at all. It takes on this sort of breathy H sound, and this is uniform throughout the whole language, so it's always going to be pronounced this way. Jugo. Now, the key to being understood in Spanish is understanding where the stress of the word is placed. This doesn't really matter in English, but it does in Spanish. For most words, the stress is placed on the second last syllable. This is sort of the default rule. You can hear this with words we have covered so far in the lesson. Mañana. Amigo. If it's only a two-syllable word, then that means the stress will come up front. Llave. Leche. Something you'll see with Spanish words is accents. This is where you have a letter in the word that has this line above it. This is what is called an accent. What this is telling us is that rather than following the default rule where we stress the second last syllable, we'll instead place the stress right here, this letter with the accent. Teléfono. Let's break it down. So we have te, le, fono, teléfono. Here is the key takeaway. Sounds in Spanish are very consistent, far more than English. Once you learn that a J takes on a H sound or that the letter U sounds like a double O, that's it, you've learned it. That's not going to change or trip you up as we continue throughout the course and learn new words. You can always hold on to these rules. Don't worry if you still feel like you aren't totally confident with pronunciation yet. That's completely normal. Just keep listening and repeating it as we go throughout the lessons, and you'll naturally pick it up as we go along. I'll see you in the next video. Before we really dive into the course, I want to first build up our vocabulary a little with a collection of words that we can use. The title of this lesson is No Memory Vocabulary, because essentially, we are going to unlock hundreds or possibly even thousands of words in Spanish that require no memorization. We'll do this by looking at cognates. These are words that are identical in English and Spanish. Sometimes so, they share the exact same spelling. This will allow us to build our vocabulary very quickly and easily, without the need for memorizing or studying. In this lesson, we'll look at 4 very powerful cognates. Here's the first one. You can take just about any word in English that ends in IBLE, and Spanish will also have that exact same word with the same spelling. This is the key to instantly unlock this wide range of words. We're keeping the same spelling, it's simply a case of changing our pronunciation, so the sound becomes ible. For example, The word possible clearly ends in IBLE. Now, to say it in Spanish would be posible. We're really just changing our pronunciation. You can see that we've dropped an S in the spelling, and that's because there are no double S's in Spanish. But that doesn't really affect how you think you would say the word when going from English to Spanish. So we're going from possible to posible. Let's run through more examples. When you see the English word on screen, I want you to say it out loud in Spanish. Visible, visible, terrible, terrible, accessible, accesible, incredible, increíble, flexible, flexible, horrible, horrible, compatible, compatible, inevitable, inevitable, irresistible, irresistible. Some of the words you find in this cognate can be quite tricky when it comes to the pronunciation, like here, but if you break it down syllable by syllable, it becomes a lot more manageable. I, re, si, stible, irresistible, convertible, convertible, impossible, imposible. In this second category of words, we'll be looking at words ending in ANT, and the key to unlock this category of words is by simply adding an E onto the end of the spelling. So we can take a word like important, and to convert this word into Spanish, all we need to do is add an E. So it becomes importante. The words in this cognate tend to be a little longer. Let's look at these syllables. Importante. Importante. What about elegant? Elegante. Relevant. Relevante. Brilliant. Brillante. Assistant. Asistente. Tolerant. Tolerante. Constant. Constante. Ignorant. Ignorante. Observant. Observante. Confident. Confidente. Instant. Instante. Occupant. Occupante. Restaurant. Restaurante. Elephant. Elefante. Distant. Distante. Vibrant. Vibrante. Next, we have our third cognate. This is all about words ending in AL. Once again, just like the first cognate we looked at, there's no change to the spelling, which makes this category of words another very easy one. And it gives a lot of very useful vocabulary that we can use. When taking these words into Spanish, we're keeping the same spelling. All we need to do is change our pronunciation, and for these words, you'll hear the stress come more on the end. Let's take the word formal as our example. In Spanish, it would be formal. How would you say central? Central. Normal. Normal. Final. Final. official, oficial, social, social, local, local, mental, mental, animal, animal, dental, dental, musical, musical, tropical, tropical, global, global, principal, principal, initial, inicial, intentional, intencional, optional, opcional, natural, natural, local, local, potential, potencial, special, especial, personal, personal, hospital, hospital. Moving on to our fourth cognate, these are words ending in tion. There's a lot of very useful words here. The key to unlock this group of words is by taking a word ending in tion and changing that ending to cion. This is how you convert the word into Spanish. Right, there's only a slight change in the spelling here, and you can see this accent appearing above the O, which is Spanish telling us that this is where we need to stress the word when speaking. It's important you do this so that you are properly and easily understood. Solution is a word ending in tion. Therefore, in Spanish, the word becomes solución. What about the word lotion? How would you say it in Spanish? Loción. Limitation. Limitación. Vibration. Vibración. Nation. Nación. Production. Producción. Motion. Moción. Situation. Situación. Action. Acción. Selection. Selección. Attention. Atención. Even a word like information, what would that be? Información. Conversation. Conversación. Emotion. Emoción. So, there you have it. Just like that, you now know a solid group of Spanish words without needing to memorize anything new. That's the magic of cognates. Words like posible, solución, elegante, and animal already exist in your brain. You just need to know the key to unlock them, and for two of these cognates, that being the words for IBLE and AL, it's very straightforward as it's just a case of changing our pronunciation of the word. Then for words ending in ENT, these will take on the sound of ante. These cognates instantly add a ton of power into your Spanish by giving you access to thousands of words. And this is a huge confidence boost because it means you're already carrying around way more Spanish vocabulary than you realized. In the next lesson, we're going to put this vocabulary into action and start building some simple sentences. What we'll do now is a short drill to make sure you're confident with the four powerful cognates we have covered. This involves words ending in IBLE, ANT, AL, and TION. The drill will consist of 4 words per slide that you'll need to convert into Spanish, so remember to use that pause button to give yourself the time that you need. Here's the first one. How would you say the following words in Spanish? Flexible, presentable, relevant, and formal. Flexible, presentable, relevante, formal. Solution, total, elephant, invisible. Solución, total, elefante, invisible. Official, vibrant, impossible, situation. Oficial, vibrante, imposible, situación. Normal, option, compatible, important. Normal, opción, compatible, importante. Immigrant, special, conversation, possible. Inmigrante, especial, conversación, posible. Digital, emotion, brilliant, horrible. Digital, emoción, brillante, horrible. Memorable, production, lotion, intolerant. Memorable, producción, loción, intolerante. Information, hospital, central, restaurant. Información, hospital, central, restaurante. Perfection, potential, incredible, constant. Perfección, potencial, increíble, constante. In this video, we're going to start building some simple sentences. We learned a bunch of vocabulary in the last video, so in order to start using the vocabulary, I'm going to give you some little useful words that we can use to join up and connect words and sentences together. To say it is in Spanish is one word. Es. It's just one syllable. Es. How would you say it is important? Es importante. It is possible. Es posible. It is normal. Es normal. It's flexible. Es flexible. It's official. Es oficial. It's terrible. Es terrible. It's optional. Es opcional. It's brilliant. Es brillante. It's horrible. Es horrible. It's vibrant. Es vibrante. Now, the negative of it is would be it isn't. In Spanish, it would simply be no es. So we're simply adding on this no in front of es to make it negative. So we have es for it is, but No es. It isn't. So how would you say it isn't possible? No es posible. It isn't compatible. No es compatible. Here we have it's not ideal. It isn't or it's not really the same thing. It's going to be expressed with no es. So it would be no es ideal. Try to say it's not relevant. No es relevante. It's not important. No es importante. It's not normal. No es normal. It's not terrible. No es terrible. It's not official. No es oficial. The word for very is muy. Let's try to use it. How would you say it's very musical? Es muy musical. It's very special. Es muy especial. It's not very relevant. No es muy relevante. It's not very local. No es muy local. It's very flexible. Es muy flexible. It's very formal. Es muy formal. It's not very important. No es muy importante. To say good in Spanish, the word is bueno. Then on the other side of this, we have bad, which is malo. So, bueno and malo. How would you say it's good? Es bueno. What about it's very good? Es muy bueno. It's bad. Es malo. It's not bad. No es malo. The word for and in Spanish is spelled as a Y. So it's just one letter, but it's pronounced as a double E. And of course, this is a very common word that will string words and sentences together. So if you wanted to say Pablo and Camila, it would be Pablo y Camila. How would you say it's good and bad? Es bueno y malo. It's elegant and vibrant. Es elegante y vibrante. It's terrible and horrible. Es terrible y horrible. It's very personal and it's important. Es muy personal y es importante. To say something in Spanish is algo, algo. It's something good. Es algo bueno. It's something personal. Es algo personal. It's not something musical. No es algo musical. It's something special. Es algo especial. It's something very important. Es algo muy importante. It's something experimental and optional. Es algo experimental y opcional. The word for now is simply ahora, ahora. Now it's important. Ahora es importante. Now it's official. Ahora es oficial. It's not possible now. No es posible ahora. It's not very important now. No es muy importante ahora. To say it like this or like that is all expressed with one word in Spanish. In fact, it's just one syllable. Así. You can hear the stress coming on the end here. Así. How would you say it's not possible like that? No es posible así. It's not very flexible like that. No es muy flexible así. Yes, like that. Sí, así. It's impossible like that. Es imposible así. The word for so is tan. Try to say it's so important. Es tan importante. It's not so terrible like that. No es tan terrible así. The word for in Spanish is para. Para. And to say for me would be para mí. So how would you say it is for me? Es para mí. It's something for me. Es algo para mí. It's very normal for me like that. Es muy normal para mí así. To say for him would be para él. Try to say it's very important for him. Es muy importante para él. If you wanted to say for her, then it would be para ella. How would you say it's something very special for her? Es algo muy especial para ella. Throughout the lesson, to say it is, we've been using es. And to say it isn't or it's not, we say no es. So we have a very nice pairing here. Now, the past of it is would be it was. The sound is fue. Fue. Equally, we could say it wasn't, which again is very simple. It's no fue. So we have fue for it was and no fue, it wasn't. How would you say it was important? Fue importante. It was something special for me. Fue algo especial para mí. It wasn't possible. No fue posible. It wasn't possible for me. No fue posible para mí. It wasn't so terrible. No fue tan terrible. It was incredible. Fue increíble. It wasn't something optional. No fue algo opcional. It wasn't something intentional. No fue algo intencional. Now, I know it's been quite a long video, but before we finish off, I have a big bonus that I want to share with you. We know that es means it is. Then we have fue for it was. Well, both of these little words actually hold a lot more power because they can also be used for the angle of he and she. What this means is that es will stand for it is, he is, and she is. All of that power is packed into this one syllable, es. Likewise, fue can be used for it was, he was, or she was. So with one sound, we can express 3 different angles. Let's look at some examples. He is ignorant. Es ignorante. He's very formal. Es muy formal. She's very musical. Es muy musical. Even if we just have is on its own, we'll still use es. So how would you say it? Camilla is very elegant. Camila es muy elegante. In this video, we're going to look at the and a. You'll see these 2 little words pop up all the time, so it's important that we know how to handle them in Spanish. Let's start with the. In Spanish, this could either be el or la. Now, which one you use will depend on the noun that comes after it, because Spanish is a Romance language, meaning that words can either be classed as masculine or feminine. For masculine words, if the word the comes behind it, then you'll use el. Whereas, if the word is feminine, then you'll go with la. For example, the word for boy in Spanish is niño. You can see in the spelling we have this N with this squiggly line above it. This makes a sort of joined up N and Y sound, so you can imagine there being a Y right after the N. And that's what you're including in your pronunciation. Niño. Niño is classified as a masculine word, meaning that the boy would be el niño. The word for girl is niña, and niña is classified as a feminine word. So to say the girl becomes la niña. Here we have it on one slide. So for the boy, we have el niño, but the girl, la niña. You can see the word for boy and girl is really the same word in Spanish. It's just that when we use it with an O in the end, it means boy, whereas if you use it with an A, then it means girl. So this makes it very easy to remember. El niño, la niña. Now, the question becomes, how do we know if a word is masculine or feminine? Well, as a general rule, words that end in O are masculine, whereas words that end in A are feminine. However, there are a few exceptions to this, and not all words end in O or A. We'll touch on that more as we go through the course. But for now, I want you to hold on to this fact that words that end in O are masculine, and words ending in A are feminine. Again, this is a general rule. This will hold true in the vast majority of cases. The word for house in Spanish is casa. You can see that it ends in an A, meaning that it's a feminine noun. So how would you say the house? La casa. The word for book is libro. Unlike the last one, this word is ended in O, meaning that it's a masculine noun. So how would you say the book? El libro. Let's move to a. This follows the same concept. So we have two options, un and una. Masculine words will use the shorter version, un, whereas for feminine words, you'll switch into una. How would you say a house? Una casa. So because casa is classified as a feminine word, we're matching that and using the feminine version for a. So we get una casa. How would you say a girl? Una niña. What about a boy? What would it be? Un niño. Again, taking it on one slide, a boy, un niño, but a girl, una niña. How would you say a book? Un libro. The word for beach in Spanish is playa. How would you say the beach? La playa. What about a beach? Una playa. Something that I want to point out and make clear is that for the word the, we have el. This is the masculine version, but you might have noticed that this is very similar to the word for him, which is él. The only difference between these is that there's an accent over the E for him. This makes it easy to tell them apart when writing or reading. However, when listening, it can be quite hard to make out exactly which one was said. But this is almost never a problem because it's always very clear which one they meant based on the surrounding words. For example, if I said it's for him, es para él, you know right away that I'm referring to him. Whereas if I said el libro, then your mind will immediately jump to the book. So we have el and él. Let's quickly summarize. In Spanish, we have two options for the word the, el or la. Same goes for the word a. This can either be un or una. Nouns in Spanish can be classed as masculine or feminine. So whether you go for el or la, or un or una, all depends on the noun. If you're dealing with a masculine noun, then you'll go with el and un. However, if it's a feminine noun, then you'll go with la and una. For example, we had the boy, el niño, the girl, la niña, a boy, un niño, a girl, una niña. You can see how it all fits nicely together. We're using the masculine or feminine version of the or a to match the noun. Now, what about our no memory vocabulary? We picked up quite a few different nouns there, where we could place the or a in front of it, such as the word hospital. In Spanish, hospital. So this is one of our very powerful cognates where we have words ending in al. And obviously, these don't end in o or a. So there's nothing really here to tell us whether it falls on the masculine side or the feminine side. In cases like this, it's just something you need to know. But there's something that we can still hold on to here because I can tell you that the majority of words ending in al, so most of the words in this category, are classified as masculine. So to say the hospital would be el hospital. How would you say the total? El total. A festival. Un festival. The animal. El animal. What is the word for restaurant in Spanish? Restaurante. How would you say the restaurant? El restaurante. What about an elephant? Un elefante. Spanish doesn't have a different word for a and an like we do in English. So, an elephant is simply un elefante. Let's look at how plurals work in Spanish. The good news is that this will feel very familiar. As in English, we can take a word like elephant and to use it as a plural, so we're talking about more than one, the word becomes elephants. So we're adding on this S. The reason why I'm showing you this is because it works the exact same in Spanish. So here we have elefante. As a plural, it becomes elefantes. So just like in English, to make a word plural, we'll add on S. Now, the key difference when it comes to dealing with plurals in Spanish is when it comes to the word the. As we know, we have two options, el or la, depending on if you're dealing with a masculine or feminine word. Well, if this comes before a plural, then it will undergo a small transformation. El will become los, whereas la transforms into las. Right, so when we have a plural, we're going to use either los or las, depending on if you're talking about a masculine or feminine word. So to say the elephant is el elefante, and taking this into the plural, so the elephants, in Spanish it becomes los elefantes. How do you say the house? La casa. Right, so to say the houses, it would be las casas. Let's do a little practice. How would you say the beach? La playa. The beaches. Las playas. The boy. El niño. The boys. Los niños. The girl. La niña. The girls. Las niñas. The book. El libro. The books. Los libros. The title of this lesson is Spanish Loves to Agree. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, first of all, before we get into that, let's look at how we describe things. The word for big is grande, grande. What is a book? Un libro. Now, if you wanted to say a big book, in Spanish it would be un libro grande. So you can see this working a little bit differently. We have the object, the noun, un libro. Then the word for big, grande, is coming after. So essentially, compared to what we are used to in English, Spanish reverses the order. You first say what it is, then describe it. So, to say a big book, quite literally what you're going to say in Spanish is a book big. Un libro grande. Take a look at this slide. We have a big book and a big house. Translating these into Spanish, it would become un libro grande and una casa grande. Or instead of grande, of course, we could use another describing word like interesting. In Spanish, the word is very similar. Interesante. So you could say an interesting book or an interesting house. This would give us un libro interesante and una casa interesante. So we already know that we first say what it is, then we describe it. Though there's another very important and fundamental concept in Spanish that we are going to look into in this lesson. And it's already hinted at here with the word a. Right, for our masculine word libro, we are using un. And for our feminine word casa, we have una. So basically, we have a masculine and feminine version of the word a. And you'll go with the one that matches the word that follows, depending on if it's masculine or feminine. We have also seen the exact same thing for the word the, right? We use el or la, depending on if the noun is masculine or feminine. So equally, we could have el libro interesante or la casa interesante. This concept of words changing to match the noun you're talking about isn't just limited to the and a. I'll show you an example of this. But before that, you can clearly see that the two describing words that we have used here, interesante and grande, are remaining the same regardless of whether the noun is masculine or feminine. Now, the reason that grande and interesante don't change is because they're classified as neutral words, meaning they don't change based on what is being described. It doesn't matter if you're talking about a masculine or feminine noun, the word isn't going to be affected in any way. We can identify that this is a neutral word very easily, and that's because the words themselves end in E. This lets us know that we can simply use this word as it comes. There isn't a masculine or feminine way of saying this word. However, many words in Spanish do, and I'll show you how that works right now. Let's take the word for red, which is rojo. Now, because this word ends in O, we know it's masculine. But the other thing that this tells us is that there will also be a feminine version of the word. So for the masculine version of the word, we have rojo. Then for the feminine version of the word, it would be roja. So once you have a describing word ending in O, like rojo, to make the word feminine, it's just a case of changing the O on the end to an A. So we have rojo and roja. Which one you use will depend on if the thing being described is classified as masculine or feminine. Let's look at this in action with these two simple phrases. A red book and a red house. In Spanish, it would become un libro rojo and una casa roja. You can see how when describing a masculine noun like libro, we used the masculine version for red, rojo. But down here, when describing a feminine word like casa, we switched into roja. So what this means is that depending on if the noun is masculine or feminine, this will affect other words in the sentence. But again, this just applies to certain describing words that end in O, such as rojo, which in turn can become roja. This is what I mean by Spanish loves to agree. Depending on what you're talking about, certain words will change to match. So for a red book, we have un libro rojo. But for a red house, we have una casa roja. You can see how everything is matching. It's a very agreeable language. Let's look at more examples. The word for fantastic in Spanish is fantástico. As this word ends in O, it's masculine. But that also means we have a feminine way of saying the word, which would be fantástica. How would you say a fantastic book? Un libro fantástico. And how would you say a fantastic beach? Una playa fantástica. Here you can see the same principle. We have a masculine noun, a book, un libro. So we're using fantástico, ending in O. Un libro fantástico. But for a beach, una playa. Because this is feminine, we have switched into fantástica. So it's as if we've replaced the O with an A. You can see how it's all matching. This once again is another example of how Spanish loves to agree. Un libro fantástico, una playa fantástica. The word for tall in Spanish is alto, but if you were describing a feminine noun, then this would become alta. To say a boy is un niño and a girl is una niña, so it's very easy to remember. Un niño, una niña. Now, if we wanted to say a tall boy, How would you translate that? Un niño alto. What about a tall girl? Una niña alta. So the word alto changed its ending and became alta because we're describing una niña. You can see once again how it's all matching. Spanish loves to do this. It likes to agree and have everything matching up. To express a lot or a lot of, the word in Spanish is mucho. And once again, this could also be mucha. Let's try to use it. The word for traffic in Spanish is tráfico. It's pretty much the same spelling, we're just adding this O onto the end. These words ending in IC actually fall into a cognate, which we'll look at some point, but for now, here's the word, tráfico. As you can see, this word ends in O. So to say the traffic is el tráfico. It's masculine. Now, how would you express a lot of traffic? Mucho tráfico. So we're sticking with mucho because tráfico is a masculine noun. Right, again, if we were to say the traffic, it would be el tráfico. So for a lot of traffic, we have mucho tráfico. In one of our powerful cognates, we looked at words ending in tion. How would you say information? Información. Even though this word doesn't end in a, this word is still classified as feminine, as are all the words in this group. So if you were to say the information, it would be la información. How would you say a lot of information? Mucha información. This word has changed to match the noun that it's describing. So we switched from mucho into mucha. A lot of information. Mucha información. Here's one of my favorite little words in Spanish. Hay. This has a sort of double meaning. It will stand for there is or there are. Both are expressed with one little word. Hay. How would you say there's a lot of traffic? Hay mucho tráfico. The word for here is aquí. Now say, there's a lot of traffic here. Hay mucho tráfico aquí. To express there isn't or there aren't would simply be no hay. Now try to say there isn't a lot of information here. No hay mucha información aquí. Here we have this key concept in Spanish. When using describing words such as rojo, mucho, alto, fantástico, the ending of these words will change if you're referring to or describing a feminine noun. So it would all become roja, mucha, alta, fantástica. Keep in mind that this won't affect neutral words, which are words that don't end in or a. They usually end in an e, such as grande or interesante. So this makes them very easy to spot. You can see why it's so important to know whether the noun you're talking about is masculine or feminine, as this will affect other words in the sentence. This is just a short introduction to the topic of how Spanish loves to agree, but you now know the fundamentals behind how it works. At this early stage, you'll come across times where it catches you out as it's a rather foreign concept to English speakers, but that's all part of the learning process. As we continue to learn more words and have more practice with this, over time you'll find yourself not even really having to think about it anymore, and it will become like second nature. Welcome to this checkup drill, which serves as a sort of test to make sure you've understood everything so far. In this drill, I'll show you something in English and I want you to try to say it in Spanish. Pause the video if needed to give yourself time to think. Let's get started. How would you say it's very interesting? Es muy interesante. It's not important now. No es importante ahora. A big house. Una casa grande. An interesting book. Un libro interesante. It's good like that. Es bueno así. It was for him. Fue para él. It's not possible. No es posible. It's something special for her. Es algo especial para ella. It's very normal for me like that. Es muy normal para mí así. A big and elegant house. Una casa grande y elegante. A tall boy. Un niño alto. A tall girl. Una niña alta. It's not so terrible like that. No es tan terrible así. There isn't a lot of information here. No hay mucha información aquí. The books. Los libros. The houses. Las casas. It's not ideal for me. No es ideal para mí. Pablo is very ignorant. Pablo es muy ignorante. The elephant is very big. El elefante es muy grande. It's bad and it's horrible. Es malo y es horrible. It's not possible for me now. No es posible para mí ahora. The red house is fantastic. La casa roja es fantástica. It's something optional. Es algo opcional. Now it's not so important. Ahora no es tan importante. There's a lot of traffic here. Hay mucho tráfico aquí. It wasn't like that for him. No fue así para él. It is very possible. Es muy posible. It's fantastic like that. Es fantástico así. The beach is very big. La playa es muy grande. In this video, I'd like to explore colours and how to use them with other words in Spanish. As now that we know how to describe things in Spanish, one, that the describing word comes after the noun, and two, that certain describing words can end in either O or A, depending on if the noun that's been described is masculine or feminine, so that everything is matching. Right, for example, let's take the word fantastic, which in Spanish can be fantástico or fantástica. So to express a fantastic beach would be una playa fantástica. So we are saying what it is, una playa. Then comes our describing word, fantástica. Right, we are using fantástica with an A so that it matches with our feminine noun. Hopefully that's all clear and makes sense, because while we learn colours, as a side bonus, we are going to do more practice with describing things using colours. First, let's run through all the standard colours. The colour red in Spanish is rojo or roja. Blue, azul, green, verde, yellow, amarillo or amarilla, brown, marrón, pink. This can either be rosado or rosada, or you could simply say rosa, which is what you'll often hear native Spanish speakers do. Same goes for the colour orange. We have two options, anaranjado or anaranjada, or you'll commonly hear this shortened down as simply naranja, which is a little bit easier to pronounce. Let's go over a few more. Purple, morado or morada, grey, gris, black, negro or negra, white, blanco or blanca. Great, now let's do some practice using them. I realised that was quite a bit of vocabulary to remember, so don't worry too much if you can't remember some of them. The important part is that you understand how to use them. You can always go back to that part of the video and revise those colours if needed. How do you say a book in Spanish? Un libro. Now let's be a little bit more descriptive. So now what we want to say is a red book. What would that be? Un libro rojo. There is a red book here. Hay un libro rojo aquí. The word for shirt in Spanish is camisa. What would be a shirt? Una camisa. An orange shirt. Una camisa naranja. There is an orange shirt here. Hay una camisa naranja aquí. How would you say this shirt? La camisa. The black shirt. La camisa negra. The black shirt is for me. La camisa negra es para mí. The white shirt. La camisa blanca. The white shirt is for Pablo. La camisa blanca es para Pablo. The word for mine is mío or mía. Now, which one you go with will depend on if the noun you are referring to is masculine or feminine. This is yet another example of how Spanish loves to agree. So, how do you think you would say, the black shirt is mine? La camisa negra es mía. To say car in Spanish, there are quite a few options for this. One of the most common ones is coche, and this is a masculine noun. How would you say a car? Un coche. A green car. Un coche verde. There is a green car here. Hay un coche verde aquí. There is a purple car here. Hay un coche morado aquí. There isn't a yellow car here. No hay un coche amarillo aquí. To say my in Spanish, the word is simply mi. How would you say, my car is green? Mi coche es verde. To say his or her is the same word in Spanish, su. How would you say, his car is black? Su coche es negro. The word for backpack is mochila. Mochila. How would you say a backpack? Una mochila. A blue backpack. Una mochila azul. A pink backpack. Una mochila rosa. The pink backpack is for her. La mochila rosa es para ella. The blue backpack is for him. La mochila azul es para él. His backpack is brown. Su mochila es marrón. Her backpack is white. Su mochila es blanca. The grey backpack is mine. La mochila gris es mía. To finish off, I'd like to give you this bonus for expanding your colour vocabulary even further. The word for light is claro, and the word for dark in Spanish is oscuro. To be more specific about the colour, we can pair these words with the colour just like we do in English. These are describing words, so you'll see these come after the colour. For example, to say light blue would be azul claro. Or we could have dark blue, which would be azul oscuro. Having learned colours, let's now go over numbers in Spanish and get comfortable counting and using them. The structure is very similar to how it works in English, so it's really just a case of knowing the vocabulary. First of all, the word for numbers in Spanish is números. Now let's start from 0 and work our way through all the numbers all the way up to 100. 0, cero, 1, uno, 2, dos, 3, tres, 4, cuatro, 5, cinco, 6, seis, 7, siete, 8, ocho, 9, nueve, 10, diez. So here we have 1 through to 10. Just like in English when we are forming larger numbers, these are the ones that you need to remember most. So we have uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, diez. Feel free to pause the video and repeat this a few times to help it sink in. Let's continue. 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15. All on one slide, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. To get numbers 16 to 19, we are going to take this sound of 10 and add on the number. So, for example, to say 16, we will join this base of 10 and add on the number 6, which is 6. So it becomes 16. Notice this accent appearing on the number itself. This is where we're going to put the stress. 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20. For numbers 21 through to 29, there's another pattern that we will follow. What we'll do is take this sound of 20, then add on the number just as we did before. So for the number 21, we'll take this sound of 20, then tag on uno. So together we get 21. Let's run through the rest of them. 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30, 30. By reaching this point, we have actually done the hardest part, as it's a very easy pattern from here. For numbers 30 through to 90, it's just a case of taking the multiplication of 10, then adding on the number that we need. For example, we can take the number 30, which is 30, and we can follow this with the word for and, then the number. So to say 31, in Spanish would be 31. 30 is our multiplication of 10. This is the main part. Then we have the word for and, which is pronounced as e. Then we have uno. So 31 in Spanish is 31. I'm sure you're starting to get the idea. So let's keep going, and I'll give you a few more examples in a random order. So here we have 37. What would that be in Spanish? 37. 32. 32. 35. 35. The number 40 in Spanish is 40. 40. How would you say 49? 49. 45. 45. Next is 50, which in Spanish is 50. How would you say 51? 51. 58. 58. The number 60 in Spanish is 60. How might you say 63? 63. 66. 66. 70 in Spanish is 70. How would you say 72? 72. 78. 78. The number 80 is 80. Now, how would you say 84? 84. 83. 83. Last but not least, we have 90, which in Spanish is 90. 90. How would you say 91? 91. 99. 99. To say 100 would simply be 100. So it's just one word, 100. We'll keep it relatively simple for now and stop here, though just know that the rest of the numbers from this point on still follow a relatively easy pattern. Here's a small glimpse of that. If you wanted to say something like 140, in Spanish it would be 140. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to say the days of the week and the months of the year in Spanish. Of course, these are super useful when talking about plans, birthdays, routines, pretty much anything. First of all, the word for day in Spanish is día, and the word for month is mes. Now, let's start with the 7 days of the week. Here we have Monday, lunes, lunes. Tuesday, martes. Wednesday, miércoles. Thursday, jueves. Friday, viernes. Saturday, sábado. Sunday, domingo. You might have noticed that I haven't capitalized these words in Spanish. That's because days of the week are not capitalized in Spanish like they are in English, unless they are at the start of a sentence. Also, all the days are classified as masculine. So to say the Monday would be el lunes. What would be the Tuesday? El martes. The Saturday. El sábado. To say something like it's possible on Tuesday, Spanish wouldn't say on Tuesday. Instead, they would say the Tuesday. So literally, what you would be saying is, it's possible the Tuesday. Try to say it. Es posible el martes. What about, it's not possible on Monday? No es posible el lunes. There's a festival on Saturday. Hay un festival el sábado. There's a lot of traffic on Thursdays. Hay mucho tráfico los jueves. The word for today is hoy. Hoy. How would you say today is Wednesday? Hoy es miércoles. Today is not Friday. Hoy no es viernes. Sunday is good for me. El domingo es bueno para mí. Moving on to the 12 months of the year. Let's start from the beginning and look at the word in Spanish for each one. January, enero, February, febrero, March, marzo, April, abril, May, mayo, June, junio, July, julio, August, agosto, September, septiembre, October, octubre, November, noviembre, December, diciembre. Once again, you can see that, just like with days, months of the year are not capitalized either. I realise that's quite a bit of vocabulary we just learned there, so don't worry if you feel like you don't have all of that fully memorised at this stage. Over time, you'll find that vocabulary like this will automatically sink in more and more as you come across it. And of course, you can always repeat the video to help you memorise it quicker. With that said, let's try out a few simple sentences. First, I'd like to give you this little word en, which, as you can see, is very similar in Spanish, spelt en, en. How would you say, it's not possible in February? No es posible en febrero. December is fantastic. Diciembre es fantástico. April is special for me. Abril es especial para mí. The word for work is trabajo. Trabajo. How would you express a lot of work? Mucho trabajo. Now say, there's a lot of work in March. Hay mucho trabajo en marzo. January is very important for me. Enero es muy importante para mí. It's not today, it's in November. No es hoy, es en noviembre. It's very normal in July. Es muy normal en julio. The word for party is fiesta. It's a feminine word ending in A, so la fiesta. How would you say, the party was in August? La fiesta fue en agosto. In this lesson, we're going to talk about possessives, so things that belong to you, to me, and to others. We do this by using these little words: my, your, his, her, our, and their. These are specific pronouns we use when talking about ownership. We've already used 3 of these, but actually it's only 2 words in Spanish. For my, we have mi. Then to say his or her is expressed with the same word, su. Now, the pronoun that we have for your is tú. Let's take a book as an example. So in Spanish, we could say mi libro, tu libro, and su libro. Now, this word here, su, will actually cover one more angle. You can also use it for their. So, su libro could mean his book, her book, or their book. All of that is contained with su. Let's go through it. How do you say my book? Mi libro. Your book. Tu libro. His book. Su libro. Her book. Su libro. Their book. Again, it's su libro. This last one is quite powerful because it can be used for his, her, and their, and it can even be used as the formal way of saying your. So all of that is packed into this one possessive pronoun, su. Now, moving into the topic of plurals, let's return to our original slide. And now let's say that we are referring to books, libros. So we'll add an S onto the word to make it plural. Now, what also happens is that we add an S to the possessive pronoun to keep everything matching. So we have mis libros, tus libros, and sus libros. My books, your books, and this last one will stand for his books, her books, or their books. Let's work with another noun. How would you say my house? Mi casa. His house. Su casa. Your house. Tu casa. Their house. Su casa. What would it be in the plural? My houses. Mis casas. Her houses. Sus casas. Your houses. Tus casas. Their houses. Sus casas. We have just one missing angle, which is, of course, our. The word for this in Spanish is nuestro. Now, you need to be a little bit more careful with this one, because we actually have 4 options in total. We could have nuestro, nuestra, nuestros, nuestras. Which one you use will depend on the noun. So we'd go with nuestro for a masculine noun, nuestra for a feminine noun, nuestros for a masculine plural, and nuestras for a feminine plural. Let's try this out. How would you say our book? Nuestro libro. Our books. Nuestros libros. Our house. Nuestra casa. Our houses. Nuestras casas. To say idea in Spanish, it's just a change of pronunciation. Idea. This is feminine, so la idea. How do you say my idea? Mi idea. What about our ideas? Nuestras ideas. Keep in mind that the choice whether to go with nuestro or nuestra with this possessive pronoun has nothing to do with whether the one speaking is male or female. It all depends on the noun or plural that follows. So since ideas is a feminine word and is plural, we match that with nuestras. Our ideas. Nuestras ideas. Let's run a short drill using these 5 words: book, house, idea, car, and drink. Translating these into Spanish, we have libro, casa, idea, coche, and bebida. So I've introduced 2 new words here: car, which is coche, and bebida, which is drink. How would you say his drink? Su bebida. My drink. Mi bebida. Our ideas. Nuestras ideas. Your house. Tu casa. Her book. Su libro. Their drinks. Sus bebidas. My car. Mi coche. Our car. Nuestro coche. Her ideas. Sus ideas. Your drink. Tu bebida. My book. Mi libro. Her houses. Sus casas. Your idea. Tu idea. Their books. Sus libros. His drink. Su bebida. Your cars. Tus coches. My idea. Mi idea. Our drinks. Nuestras bebidas. Asking a question in Spanish is far easier than it is in English. Let me show you why that is. Here's a simple short phrase. It is for me. Now, if we were to take this phrase and ask it as a question, it would become, is it for me? So the word order has changed here. When taken, it is, into a question, the word order gets reversed and it becomes, is it? Then in writing, we add a question mark onto the end. So this is what happens in English. The word order gets changed around. However, in Spanish, nothing changes. The word order stays as it is. Let's take our example phrase. How do you say, it is for me in Spanish? Es para mí. Now, to ask this as a question, it would be, es para mí? The sentence is staying the same. I'm just using the intonation of my voice to make it clear that I'm asking this as a question. And in writing, we need to add in this upside down question mark at the start, then a normal question mark on the end. So essentially, es means it is, but in a question, it will stand for is it. So, es para mí, it is for me, but es para mí, is it for me? So asking a question in Spanish is very easy to do. You simply use the intonation of your voice to make it clear that you're asking a question. Let's try out some more examples. How would you say it is possible? Es posible. Now, how would you ask that as a question? Is it possible? Es posible. It is for her. Es para ella. Is it for her? Es para ella. Today is Monday. Hoy es lunes. Is it Monday today? Hoy es lunes. It was important. Fue importante. Was it important? Fue importante. His car is blue. Su coche es azul. Is his car blue? Su coche es azul. It's something optional. Es algo opcional. Is it something optional? Es algo opcional. Your house is big. Tu casa es grande. Is your house big? Tu casa es grande. The book is interesting. El libro es interesante. Is the book interesting? El libro es interesante. It's normal like that. Es normal así. Is it normal like that? Es normal así? The word or in Spanish is just one letter. O. How would you ask? Is it for me or is it for him? Es para mí or es para él? What about, is the festival on Monday or Tuesday? ¿Es el festival el lunes o el martes? Up next, we're going to look at family words in Spanish, right? Whenever you're talking about yourself or someone else, family often comes up, so it's very good to know how to talk about it. And this will be very helpful as we go through the course. The word for family in Spanish is familia. This is feminine as it's ending in A, so the family, la familia. Let's go through down the tree and learn the vocabulary. To say mother or father, the words are madre, padre, so it's very similar words. It starts with M for mother, whereas here it's starting with P for father. Madre y padre. To say son or daughter would be hijo or hija. So it's the same word, but if it ends in O, then it's for son, whereas if it ends in A, then it's for a daughter. So hijo and hija. The word for brother or sister is hermano or hermana. You can see the same pattern here. So we have hermano for brother and hermana for sister. To say grandfather or grandmother, the words are abuelo and abuela. Once again, we have a very nice pairing here. Now let's use the vocabulary and build some simple sentences. How would you say, he's my brother? Es mi hermano. She's my sister. Es mi hermana. It's my family. Es mi familia. She's my mum and she's very important to me. Here, instead of to me, they would say for me. Try to say it. Es mi madre y es muy importante para mí. How would you ask? Is she your sister? ¿Es tu hermana? Is he your son? ¿Es tu hijo? The word for kind in Spanish is amable. Amable. How would you say, my sister is kind? Mi hermana es amable. My brother is not so kind. Mi hermano no es tan amable. Is it your dad or your mum? ¿Es tu padre o tu madre? He's my grandfather. Es mi abuelo. She's my daughter and she's very special. Es mi hija y es muy especial. The word for intelligent in Spanish is very similar. Inteligente. How would you say, my son is intelligent? Mi hijo es inteligente. To say quite in Spanish, the word is bastante. Bastante. Now say, my brother is quite intelligent. Mi hermano es bastante inteligente. My family is very big. Mi familia es muy grande. She's my grandmother and she's very kind. Es mi abuela y es muy amable. Let's pause for a moment and have a quick chat about verbs. These are extremely important as they are basically the backbone of any language. Now, what actually defines as a verb? The easy definition is to whatever. For example, to talk, to eat, to live. Full verbs are also known as the infinitive, which is the more grammatically correct name. In Spanish, all infinitives end in R. This makes them really easy to spot. There are only three possible endings for Spanish verbs: AR, ER, and IR. Here are some examples of what that looks like. If we were to translate these three verbs, to talk, to eat, and to live, in Spanish it would be hablar, comer, vivir. We can see how each verb ends in each of the three possible endings. We have hablar ending in AR, comer ending in ER, and vivir, which is ending in IR. An infinitive in Spanish must end in AR, ER, or IR. These are the only three possibilities. Also, another important thing is that Spanish doesn't include the word to before the verb like we do in English. To talk, to eat, to live. But in Spanish, that's already included in the verb itself and is represented by the AR, ER, or IR. So once you spot one of these endings, you know instantly that you're dealing with a full verb, or in other words, the infinitive. Now, how do we actually use verbs? Well, of course, we use verbs to talk about ourselves or others, and in order to do this, from any verb, we will have conjugations, such as I want, he wants, you want, and so on. In the next lesson, we are going to look at three very powerful and useful verbs in Spanish, and how we can use them to easily build sentences. Here are the three very important verbs on this slide: to want, to need, and to have. Going through these in Spanish, we have querer, which is the verb to want, necesitar, which is the verb to need, and tener, this is the verb to have. Mastering these conjugations will empower you to start expressing yourself in Spanish, and it will also give you a key understanding of how verbs work in the language, which we'll build on throughout the rest of the course. In order to not overwhelm you all in one lesson, we'll first focus on the angle of I. Then, a little later on, we'll cover the rest of the angles. This is just a brief introduction to how verbs work in general, so don't worry if this feels new. This is just something to keep in mind as we go forward. Simply watch the videos in the order laid out and everything will make sense. Let's jump into our three power verbs. These are querer, to want, necesitar, to need, and tener, to have. Let's start with how to express I want. The sound is quiero, so this makes the sound of qui, then ero. Quiero. To say I want it, so now we have the word it. Now in Spanish, pronouns come before the conjugated verb. So unlike in English where it comes on the end, in Spanish it would be lo quiero. So we have this conjugation quiero, meaning I want. Then the pronoun lo, which stands for it, is coming up front. This is how it works in Spanish. To express I don't want is simply no quiero. And to say I don't want it would be no lo quiero. Almost like no, I don't want it. No lo quiero. No lo quiero. How would you say I want it now? Lo quiero ahora. The word for because is porque. Porque. Now say, I want it now because it's very important. Lo quiero ahora porque es muy importante. The word for coffee in Spanish is masculine, so to say a coffee is un café. How would you say, I want a coffee? Quiero un café. What about, I don't want a coffee? No quiero un café. The verb to study in Spanish is estudiar. So this is the full verb to study, estudiar. Now, to say, I want to study, you're going to take that sound of quiero for I want, then add on the verb to study, estudiar. So it becomes quiero estudiar. The word for Spanish is español. Now say, I want to study Spanish. Quiero estudiar español. Here's another verb, to do or to make. In Spanish is expressed with one verb, hacer. To express I want to do it in Spanish would look like this. Quiero hacerlo. Notice how the pronoun is getting hooked onto the end of the verb hacer. So unlike before where we just had a conjugated verb, right? So rather than I want it, now we have I want to do it. When you have a full verb followed by a pronoun, that pronoun is going to get hooked onto the end of the verb and it gets joined up, so it becomes one sound. So I want, quiero, to do, hacer, it, lo. Quiero hacerlo. It's the same order that we have in English, so it's very easy to follow. So just to clarify, when you have a conjugation on its own, like quiero, the word it will come up front. But if it's followed by a full verb, then the pronoun gets hooked onto the end. How would you say, I want to do it now? Quiero hacerlo ahora. Here's a useful little word for building sentences, if, which is simply sí. Now try to say, I want to do it now if it's possible. Quiero hacerlo ahora si es posible. I want to do it now because it's important for me. Quiero hacerlo porque es importante para mí. Now that we've learned how pronouns work with verbs and how we build out sentences from there, that's really the hard part done. Now we just need to learn the sounds for the other power verbs. To express I need is necesito. It's quite a nice sound we have here. Necesito. How would you say I need it? Lo necesito. I don't need it. No lo necesito. I need it now. Lo necesito ahora. It's important and I need it now. Es importante y lo necesito ahora. I need it today. Lo necesito hoy. I need to study. Necesito estudiar. I need to do it. Necesito hacerlo. I need to do it today. Necesito hacerlo hoy. The verb to buy in Spanish is comprar. How would you say, I need to buy it? Necesito comprarlo. I don't need to buy it. No necesito comprarlo. Let's move on to the next power verb, I have. To express I have, the sound is tengo, tengo. How would you say, I have the book? Tengo el libro. I don't have the car. No tengo el coche. I have it. Lo tengo. I don't have it. No lo tengo. I don't have it because it's not important. No lo tengo porque no es importante. I have a big family. Tengo una familia grande. I have a yellow house. Tengo una casa amarilla. I have a lot of work. Tengo mucho trabajo. I don't have a blue shirt. No tengo una camisa azul. The word for time is tiempo. How would you say, I don't have time? No tengo tiempo. Let's do a mix and match to finish off. I don't need to study today. No necesito estudiar hoy. I want it because it's good for me. Lo quiero porque es bueno para mí. I don't want it, I need it. No lo quiero, lo necesito. The word for but is pero, pero. How would you say, I have it, but I don't need it? Lo tengo, pero no lo necesito. I don't have it, and I want to buy it. No lo tengo y quiero comprarlo. I want to do it, but I don't have time today. Quiero hacerlo, pero no tengo tiempo hoy. Huge well done for reaching the end of phase 1. So what we'll do now in this video is a final revision. Basically, a large jumbo drill of everything we have covered in phase 1. This will serve as a sort of test to make sure that you have retained everything and that you are ready to continue with the course. Don't worry if you get a few things wrong here and there. The main purpose of this is really just to get you prepared and ready for phase 2. So even if you don't answer correctly for one of the questions, the important thing is that you're able to understand the correct answer and why the way it is. If you're genuinely confused, then it's a sign you need to go back and review that specific lesson on whatever it is. Also, I want you to take it slow and use that pause button to give yourself the time you need to think out your answers, because at this early stage, there's no need to rush. Just focus on getting it right. Let's jump into it. How would you say, it's important for me? Es importante para mí. I have the car. Tengo el coche. Is it possible today? ¿Es posible hoy? He's my brother. Es mi hermano. I need to study today. Necesito estudiar hoy. It's an animal. Es un animal. It's not relevant. No es relevante. I want to do it, but it's not possible. Quiero hacerlo, pero no es posible. The book is for him. El libro es para él. It wasn't like that for me. No fue así para mí. Is it Monday or Tuesday? Es lunes o martes. It's impossible like that. Es imposible así. There is a restaurant here. Hay un restaurante aquí. I want a coffee. Quiero un café. The festival is in July. El festival es en julio. Is it for me? Es para mí. Today is not good for me. Hoy no es bueno para mí. I need to do it today because it's important. Necesito hacerlo hoy porque es importante. He's very informal. Es muy informal. I don't have it. No lo tengo. I have a big family. Tengo una familia grande. I have 2 sisters. Tengo 2 hermanas. Is it for me or is it for her? ¿Es para mí o es para ella? It's not so terrible. No es tan terrible. It's a fantastic beach. Es una playa fantástica. It's a normal family. Es una familia normal. A tall boy and a tall girl. Un niño alto y una niña alta. Friday is good for me. El viernes es bueno para mí. I don't have time today. No tengo tiempo hoy. The book is very interesting. El libro es muy interesante. I don't need it now. It's not important. No lo necesito ahora. No es importante. My dad is very kind. Mi padre es muy amable. It wasn't intentional. No fue intencional. It's something special. Es algo especial. I want it now. Lo quiero ahora. My grandmother is very elegant. Mi abuela es muy elegante. I want it because it's good for me. Lo quiero porque es bueno para mí. I need to buy it. Necesito comprarlo. Is your house red? ¿Tu casa es roja? Maria is very elegant. Maria es muy elegante. There's a lot of traffic here. Hay mucho tráfico aquí. The black shirt is for him. La camisa negra es para él. I don't want to study today, but it's important. No quiero estudiar hoy, pero es importante. There isn't a hospital here. No hay un hospital aquí. Isn't normal like that? Es normal así? It's very important for her, but not for him. Es muy importante para ella, pero no para él. Our house is very big. Nuestra casa es muy grande. I want to do it, but I don't have time today. Quiero hacerlo, pero no tengo tiempo hoy. It's his idea. Es su idea. It's quite big for me. Es bastante grande para mí. I want to buy something special for her. Quiero comprar algo especial para ella. In this lesson, we're going to look at two very important verbs in Spanish, ser and estar. So far in the course, to say it is, we have been using this sound of es. Now, let's take a small step back here. This small phrase of it is actually a conjugation that derives from the verb to be. But the thing is, in Spanish, there are actually two verbs for to be. Those are ser and estar. Both mean to be, but they're used in different ways. Ser is used for more permanent and inherent characteristics, whereas estar is used for temporary states and conditions. This is the very general top-down definitions of these verbs, but when we break it down in a nicer way, it looks like this. For ser, we'll use this when talking about identity and for general use. Then on the other side, we have estar. Again, this is also the verb to be, but we'll use this whenever talking about location, emotions, or feelings. Right, typically these are things that are more temporary, whereas things relating to our identity are more permanent characteristics, such as our name, where we are from, our height, and so on. So what that means is that whenever you come across the verb to be, or a conjugation of that, such as it is, in Spanish, you have to make a choice. Do you go on the ser side or the estar side? Don't worry, we'll keep it simple and take it step by step. Let's start by using the full verb to be. So this will either be ser or estar. It depends on what you're talking about. Take a look at this sentence. I want to be here. So this is about location. Therefore, we'll use estar. So in Spanish, it would be quiero estar aquí. I want to be here. Quiero estar aquí. Here we have I want to be a doctor. Now, we're not going to use estar here. Spanish looks at this very differently. Your job is seen as something more permanent, as part of who you are. Therefore, Spanish will go with ser. Quiero ser médico. Médico means doctor, and as you can see, there's no a. In Spanish, you will literally just say, I want to be doctor. You wouldn't bother with the a here. Quiero ser médico. Now, because we have two options for to be, it means that we also have two options for it is. Those are es and está. We're already familiar with this sound of es. This is coming from the verb ser. We've been using it quite a lot in the course to say things like es posible, es importante, es bueno, and so on. All of that is considered general use. And now we have this sound of está, which is coming from the verb estar. So once again, whenever we come across it is or is it, we'll need to make a choice here. Es or está. How do you say it's possible? Es posible. So this is general use. Other examples would be it's very important. Es muy importante. It's good for me. Es bueno para mí. Now, what about this one? It's here. It would be está aquí. Whenever something is here, you're talking about location. If we go back to our chart, you can clearly see that location is one of our primary uses of estar. So this is the side that we are falling on, which is leading us into this sound of está, for it is. It is here. Está aquí. How would you say the car is here? El coche está aquí. What would it be in the negative? It's not here. No está aquí. The car is not here. El coche no está aquí. What about the car is red? What do you think this would be? El coche es rojo. Being red is an inherent characteristic of this car. Essentially, it ties into the identity of the car, which is our main use that we have with ser. Even though it's not a person, this idea of identity can also extend to things and objects like cars. So the car being red is part of its identity. Therefore, we went with es. El coche es rojo. Now, here's a nice bonus. We know that es can stand for he is, she is, and it is. Well, the same goes for está. This can be used for the angle of he is, she is, and it is. So we have a lot of power in these two sounds. How would you say he is here? Está aquí. She is here. Same again. Está aquí. What about she is not here? No está aquí. What about he is a doctor? Es médico. Right, it doesn't matter if you're using the full verb like we had in this sentence before, quiero ser médico, or if you're using a conjugation like here with es. We're following the exact same rules. The word for happy in Spanish is feliz. How would you express she is happy? Está feliz. Right, we use estar when talking about emotions, so she is happy, está feliz. Of course, this can also stand for he is happy. It's usually clear based on the context of the conversation who you're talking about. How would you say he's not happy? No está feliz. The word for sad is triste. Triste. Now try to say he's sad today. Está triste hoy. The word for home is the same word as for house. What is that in Spanish? Casa. How would you say she's at home? Está en casa. She's not home today. No está en casa hoy. To say I am, once again we have two options in Spanish. The two options are soy and estoy. Soy comes from the verb ser, whereas estoy comes from the verb estar. Right, so whenever you want to say I am, Just like before, you have to choose. Does it fall on the ser side or does it fall on the estar side? This is the main question that you need to ask yourself. Once you have your answer, it will lead you into the correct sound. How would you say, I'm here? Estoy aquí. I'm at home. Estoy en casa. I'm a doctor. Soy médico. The word for teacher is profesor. How would you say, I'm a teacher? Soy profesor. I'm not a doctor, I'm a teacher. No soy médico, soy profesor. I'm happy. Estoy feliz. The word for tired in Spanish is cansado. Or if you're female, then you would say cansada. How would you say I'm tired? Estoy cansado or estoy cansada. To say a little or a little bit is un poco. Now say, I'm a little bit tired. Estoy un poco triste. The word for fine or well is bien, bien. How would you express I'm well? Estoy bien. I'm well, thank you. Estoy bien, gracias. When saying what your name is, this is of course part of who you are. This is part of your identity, so it will fall on the side of ser. So if, for example, I said I'm Pablo, then it would be soy Pablo. So this is one way that you can introduce yourself and say your name. You might also say where you're from. For example, I'm from Mexico. Again, this ties very much into your identity and it's something that's permanent. This isn't something that can change. So it would be Soy de México. This topic of ser versus estar is quite a deep subject in Spanish. I could probably spend an entire module just talking about it. This video was really just an early introduction into this deep subject, but hopefully you now have a good general feel for how we use each verb, as these will come up quite a lot in the course. So to recap, in Spanish we have two verbs for to be. We use ser when talking about identity and also general usage, things that are more permanent, whereas we'll use estar when talking about location, emotions, and feelings, things that are typically more temporary and can quite easily change. Let's finish up with a short drill where we'll mix and match both the angles that we covered. He's very happy. Está muy feliz. I'm Pablo and I'm a doctor. Soy Pablo y soy médico. She's from Mexico. Es de México. She's tired. Está cansada. He's not here today. No está aquí hoy. The car is white. El coche es blanco. Today is Monday. Hoy es lunes. He's a little sad today. Está un poco triste hoy. The book is on the table. El libro está en la mesa. I'm very happy. Estoy muy feliz. It's not possible today. No es posible hoy. My brother is here. Mi hermano está aquí. My mum is well, thank you. Mi madre está bien, gracias. I'm in the house now, and it's very big. Estoy en la casa ahora, y es muy grande. The title of this video is Making It Clear, because in the last video on ser and estar, we had these two conjugations, es and está. And as we know, these two sounds will cover three angles. He is, she is, and it is. All of that is packed into both es and está. Now, it's usually clear based on the context of the conversation who you're talking about. But if it's not, we do have a way of making it crystal clear. What you'll do is just throw in the subject pronoun, so him or her. In Spanish, the words are él and ella. We have used these before when saying things like for him, para él, or for her, para ella. So we'll just add these to our sentences. For example, to say he's a dentist would be es dentista. But of course, this could also mean she's a dentist. So if we wanted to make it very clear that we're saying he's a dentist, then you'll just throw in the word for him. So it becomes él es dentista. So we have he is dentist. Or if you wanted to say that she's a dentist while making it explicitly clear, then it would be ella es dentista. So all we're doing is including this subject pronoun to make it clear. If it's already clear who you're talking about, then leave it out. There's no need for it. This is what native Spanish speakers do. Now, that's really all there is to it. We could end the video here, but as a side bonus, let's keep going and do some more ser versus estar practice. The word for person is persona. This is a feminine word, so how do you think you would say a kind person? Una persona amable. So we have a person, una persona. Then we have our describing word coming after, amable. Literally, a person, kind. Una persona amable. Now say, he's a kind person. Es una persona amable. This might have caught a few of you out. We're going on the side of ser here with es, because this isn't talking about a temporary emotion. We're speaking on a deeper level here. We're saying that, in general, he's a kind person. This is where Spanish will use ser to express this. How would you make this explicit? He's a kind person. Él es una persona amable. What about she's a kind person? Ella es una persona amable. He's here. Él está aquí. She's at home. Ella está en casa. The word for intelligent is inteligente. How would you say, I'm intelligent? Soy inteligente. She's intelligent. Es inteligente. He's intelligent and he's a doctor. Make it explicitly clear. Él es inteligente y es médico. She's very elegant. Ella es muy elegante. The kitchen in Spanish is la cocina. How would you say, I'm in the kitchen? Estoy en la cocina. She's in the kitchen. Está en la cocina. How would you make it explicit? She's in the kitchen. Ella está en la cocina. I'm from Mexico and he's from Spain. Soy de México y es de España. She's a happy person. Es una persona feliz. She's a happy person, but she is very tired today. Es una persona feliz, pero hoy está muy cansada. If you put hoy on the end, that would be perfectly fine, but it sounds a little bit more natural up here. Es una persona feliz, pero hoy está muy cansada. How would you say he's a little sad? Está un poco triste. He's a little sad because she's not here. Él está un poco triste porque ella no está aquí. Let's return back to our power verbs. So these are where we had these sounds of quiero, necesito, and tengo. I want, I need, and I have. These all function as modal verbs. What that means is that we can easily add on any full verb onto this, which allows us to very easily create sentences. So to say I want to do it would be quiero hacerlo. So quiero is our modal verb. Then we are simply adding on the infinitive, the full verb hacer. So I want to do it. Quiero hacerlo. Mastering these modal verbs will add a lot of power to our Spanish. So far, we have only covered the angle of I. I want, I need, and I have. You can see that they all have this O on the end. This is what represents the angle of I. So now what I'd like to do in this video is throw you into the deep end and master all the other angles for these power verbs. This will very quickly take your Spanish to that next level. Let's start with the verb querer, to want. Now, putting all the angles on one slide, it would look like this. So we have 5 angles in total. Quiero, quieres, quiere, queremos, and quieren. I want, you want, he, sure, it wants, we want, and they want. Notice the patterns that we can hold on to here. This sound of quiere is especially important because it covers 3 angles. He wants, she wants, and it wants. Then if we take this conjugation and add on an S, it puts us into the angle of you. So it becomes quieres, for you want. Or instead of an S, we added on an end to this sound of quiere, we get quieren, which means they want. We'll learn more about patterns in a later video. For now, just focus on learning these conjugations. So running down the line, we have quiero, quieres, quiere, queremos, and quieren. Feel free to pause the slide here and run up and down the line a few times to help you memorize them. Then we'll run through all the angles and try using them with sentences. Again, how would you say, I want to do it? Quiero hacerlo. What about, he wants to do it? Quiere hacerlo. You want to do it. ¿Quieres hacerlo? How would you ask that as a question? Do you want to do it? ¿Quieres hacerlo? We want to do it. Queremos hacerlo. They want to do it. Quieren hacerlo. How would you say she wants a coffee? quiere un café. What about she doesn't want a coffee? No quiere un café. So quiere, she wants, but no quiere, she doesn't want. She doesn't want a coffee. No quiere un café. The word for chocolate is chocolate. So it has the same spelling as in English. We're changing our pronunciation when saying it in Spanish. Now say, I want chocolate, but she wants a coffee. Quiero chocolate, pero quiere un café. We want to buy it. Queremos comprarlo. The word for more is más. Más. How would you say, I want more? Quiero más. We want to study more. Queremos estudiar más. He wants the book. Quiere el libro. We want it. Lo queremos. She doesn't want it. No lo quiere. They don't want to be here. No quieren estar aquí. Do you want a coffee? ¿Quieres un café? If possible, we want to do it today. Si es posible, queremos hacerlo hoy. Let's move on to our next power verb, necesitar, to need. Here's all the angles on one slide. We have necesito, necesitas, necesita, necesitamos, necesitan. This is I need, you need, he, sure, it needs, we need, and they need. Notice how that same pattern from before applies here with the sound necesita. This stands for he needs, she needs, and it needs. Then if we add on an S, we get you need, or an N. This would put us into the angle of they need. Let's run down the line once more. Necesito, necesitas, necesita, necesitamos, necesitan. And all of these angles will work as a modal verb, so we can easily add on full verbs just like before. The verb to see is ver, ver. It sounds like the English word bear, but we have a softer B with this, ver. How would you say, I need to see it? Necesito verlo. She needs to see it. Necesita verlo. You need to see it. Necesitas verlo. We need to see it. Necesitamos verlo. They need to see it. Necesitan verlo. They don't need to see it. No necesitan verlo. She needs to be here. Necesita estar aquí. Does she need it for today? ¿Lo necesita para hoy? We need to study now. Necesitamos estudiar ahora. It's important and they need to do it. Es importante y necesitan hacerlo. I need more time. Necesito más tiempo. Take a look at this next one. I need more time to do it. In Spanish, this would translate as Necesito más tiempo para hacerlo. So why is this para appearing in the sentence? We know that this word means for, but it has another use. Para can also stand for in order to. Now, even though in the English sentence we aren't saying in order to, it is still implied here, because we could also say, I need more time in order to do it. So whenever this phrase of in order to is implied in our English sentence, we have to include it in our Spanish translation. So we'll put in the word para. So it becomes necesito más tiempo para hacerlo. I need more time to, or in order to, do it. How would you say, you don't need to see it today, it's not important? No necesitas verlo hoy, no es importante. We need a lot more coffee. Necesitamos mucho más café. He needs to be here to see it. Necesita estar aquí para verlo. Here's our third power verb, tener, to have. Going down the line, we have tengo, tienes, tiene, tenemos, tienen. So I have, you have, he sure it has, we have, and they have. Again, we have three angles packed into this middle sound. Tiene. This is probably the most important one, as it's a very small jump from tiene into tienes or tienen. So from the top, we have tengo, tienes, tiene, tenemos, tienen. Again, you can pause the video here and spend some time familiarizing yourself with these sounds. Let's run through it. How would you say, I have it? Lo tengo. He has it. Lo tiene. You have it. Lo tienes. We have it. Lo tenemos. They have it. Lo tienen. She doesn't have it. No lo tiene. Do you have the book? ¿Tienes el libro? We have a red car. Tenemos un coche rojo. To express I know, the sound is sé, sé. To say I know that, the phrase is sé que. How would you say, I know that she has it? Sé que lo tiene. I wonder if you could make that explicit. So, I know that she has it. Sé que ella lo tiene. I know that he is here and that he has it. Sé que está aquí y que lo tiene. She has a brother. Tiene un hermano. I have an idea. Tengo una idea. Do you have it for us? ¿Lo tienes para nosotros? They don't have it for me. No lo tienen para mí. We have a very big house. Tenemos una casa muy grande. To say for you would be para ti. Now say, we have something special for you. Tenemos algo especial para ti. I know that he doesn't have time to do it today. Sé que no tiene tiempo para hacerlo hoy. In this video, we're going to unlock another incredibly useful verb in Spanish, to be able to. In Spanish, the verb is poder. This is the full verb to be able to, but this is what allows us to express I can, you can, he can, and so on. So, in a way, it's also the verb for can. Now, if we were to conjugate this down the line, the sounds are puedo, puedes, puede, podemos, pueden. Just like we seen with the other power verbs we looked at, this angle of he, she, or it, this sound of puede, allows us to easily jump into the angle of puedes for you can or pueden for they can, right? Depending on if you add an S or an N onto this conjugation. The sound for the angle of we is slightly different. It doesn't have the same starting sound. Podemos. Then the angle of I is also very easy. We have this O on the end, which instantly tells us that we are speaking in the first person. So, taking this sound of puedo on its own, this will mean I am able to or I can. It's really the same thing, and this is what we are expressing with puedo. So, once again, going down the line, we have puedo for I can, puedes, you can, puede, he, she, or it can, podemos, we can, and pueden, they can. Feel free to pause the video here and spend a little bit of time with these sounds. Puedo, puedes, puede, podemos, pueden. The good news is that just like with our other power verbs, these will all function as a modal verb, so we can easily tag on any verb we like. For example, to say I can do it would be puedo hacerlo. So I can or I'm able to. Puedo, to do it, hacerlo. Puedo hacerlo. How would you say I can see it? Puedo verlo. How do you think you would express I can't? It would be no puedo. I can't see it. No puedo verlo. I can't do it today. No puedo hacerlo hoy. Let's go through the other angles. How would you say you can do it? Puedes hacerlo. She can do it. Puede hacerlo. We can do it. Podemos hacerlo. They can do it. Pueden hacerlo. How would you say, I know that he can't do it today? Sé que no puede hacerlo hoy. We can do it for you. Podemos hacerlo para ti. To express later in Spanish is más tarde. Literally, more late. Más tarde. Now say, we can do it for you later. Podemos hacerlo para ti más tarde. They can see it now. Pueden verlo ahora. Can you see it? ¿Puedes verlo? They can't study here. No pueden estudiar aquí. The word for tomorrow is mañana. Mañana. How would you say, I can do it tomorrow? Puedo hacerlo mañana. We can't do it tomorrow. No podemos hacerlo mañana. To express I'm sorry in Spanish, the phrase is lo siento. Now say, I'm sorry, but we can't do it tomorrow. Lo siento, pero no podemos hacerlo mañana. To say myself is either yo mismo or yo misma. If you're a male, then it would be yo mismo. But if you're female, then it's going to be yo misma. I can do it myself. Puedo hacerlo yo mismo or yo misma. I can't do it today, but I can do it tomorrow. No puedo hacerlo hoy, pero puedo hacerlo mañana. The verb to speak or to talk in Spanish is hablar. How would you say, I can't talk now? No puedo hablar ahora. Now, very commonly, we'll say to speak with someone. On this slide, you can see all the different options we have for that. The word con means with, and you can see how the first two words get joined up here. So from the top, we have conmigo, which means with me. Contigo means with you. Con él or con ella would be with him or with her. Con nosotros or con nosotras is with us. We have two options for this. If you're a group of males or a mixed group of males and females, then you will use con nosotros. However, if you're a group of all females, then you will instead use con nosotras. Same goes for this bottom one, which means with them. We can say con ellos or con ellas. How would you say, I can't speak with you today? No puedo hablar contigo hoy. He can speak with them. Puede hablar con ellos. Can they speak with me now? ¿Pueden hablar conmigo ahora? We can speak with her later. Podemos hablar con ella más tarde. I can speak with him myself. Puedo hablar con él yo mismo. What about this next one? Can they speak with us tomorrow? Let's imagine that this is a group of all females. ¿Pueden hablar con nosotras mañana? In this video, we're going to learn how to express to have to. Now, we already know the verb to have, which is tener. So from this, we can say tengo, which is I have. So now what we want to do is extend this to I have to. This is very easy to do. We just take this sound of tengo and add on que. So it becomes tengo que. This means I have to. Tengo que. And this formula will work for all angles. So we can take a conjugation of tener and add on que. So we could have tienes que, you have to. Tenemos que, we have to. Or tienen que, this would be he, sure, it has to. Right, so this is the formula. Also, this works as a fantastic modal verb. So we can add on any full verb onto this. How would you say, I have to do it? Tengo que hacerlo. So we have, I have to do it. Tengo que hacerlo. What would be, you have to do it? Tienes que hacerlo. He has to do it. Tiene que hacerlo. We have to do it. Tenemos que hacerlo. They have to do it. Tienen que hacerlo. How would you say, I have to study today. Tengo que estudiar hoy. We have to see it. Tenemos que verlo. They have to speak with you. Tienen que hablar contigo. He has to do it himself. To express himself would be él mismo. Tiene que hacerlo él mismo. She has to be here. Make this she explicit. Ella tiene que estar aquí. I have to be at home today. Tengo que estar en casa hoy. How would you express I don't have to? No tengo que. I don't have to do it today. No tengo que hacerlo hoy. I don't have to be here today. No tengo que estar aquí hoy. We don't have to do it tomorrow. No tenemos que hacerlo mañana. They have to do it for me today. It's very important. Tienen que hacerlo para mí hoy. Es muy importante. It's incredible. You have to see it. Es increíble. Tienes que verlo. How would you say, it's possible, but I have to speak with him first? The word for first is primero. Es posible, pero tengo que hablar con él primero. The title of this lesson is Pronoun Power, because in this video, we're really going to power up our Spanish with the use of pronouns. Now, so far in the course, we have stuck with the pronoun it, which in Spanish is this word lo, and we've been using this to say things like, I have it, lo tengo, or I want to do it. Quiero hacerlo. So now the pronoun is getting hooked onto the end because we have a full verb here, hacer. Quiero hacerlo. Whereas if we just have a conjugation of a verb, like we have here with tengo, then the pronoun will instead come up front behind that conjugated verb. When it comes to the placement of pronouns, this is how it works in Spanish. This doesn't only apply to lo. This will work the same for any other pronoun. And there are many other pronouns in Spanish. Here you can see a number of them on this slide, and believe me when I say this isn't even all of them. So we have lo, la, los, las, te, le, les, me, nos. It seems like quite a lot at first, but once you break it down, it's actually not too bad. Let's go through it one by one. Let's start with lo. As we know, this is the pronoun for it, but it has a double meaning because this is also what you would use for him. So, to say, I want to see him would be quiero verlo. Right, so this could mean I want to see it or I want to see him. It's usually clear based on the context which one you mean. How would you say she wants to see him? Quiere verlo. They need to see him today. Necesitan verlo hoy. We can see him now. Podemos verlo ahora. Something else that I want you to be aware of with this pronoun is that while this is also the pronoun it when referring to objects like a book or house, you're only going to use lo for it if the object is classified as masculine. For example, how do you say the book? el libro. So we know that this is masculine. So to say, I want to see it, as in I want to see the book, then it's going to be quiero verlo. This brings us onto our next pronoun, la, because not only will this mean her, but this will also stand for it. This is what you would use for feminine nouns. So how do you say the house in Spanish? La casa. So if you were to say, I want to see it, and by it you are referring to the house, then it's going to be quiero verla, because you're referring to a feminine noun, la casa. How would you say, I want to see her? Quiero verla. I need to see her later. Necesito verla más tarde. Do you have it for him? ¿La tienes para él? It's not important and we don't need to see her. No es importante y no necesitamos verla. Let's look at our next set of pronouns, los and las. These are very similar, so let's look at them as a pair. Both los and las mean them. These are essentially the plural version of lo and la. We use los when referring to a male group or a mixed group, whereas we'll go with las for a group of all females. How would you say, I can see them? Let's assume it's a group of all males. Puedo verlos. What about a group of all females? How would you say it? I can see them. Puedo verlas. What about if it was a mixed group of males and females? I can see them. Puedo verlos. She can't see them. No puede verlas. Can you see them? ¿Puedes verlos? He wants to see them today. Quiere verlos hoy. Let's move on to our next pronoun, te. This one is the pronoun for you, te. How would you say, I want to see you? Quiero verte. It's important and I need to see you today. Es importante y necesito verte hoy. The verb to say or to tell is the same in Spanish. The verb is decir. How would you say, I have to tell you? Tengo que decirte. We can tell you later. Podemos decirte más tarde. Next on the list is this pronoun le. This one will probably seem the most odd to you. It stands for to him or to her. Now, there are a group of verbs in Spanish that tend to use le. The verb we just learned, decir, is one of those verbs. So, for example, here we have I want to tell him. Now, for him, you're not going to use lo, because Spanish literally sees this as I want to tell to him. So this is where you're going to use that pronoun le. So it would be quiero decirle. I want to say or to tell to him. Quiero decirle. How would you say, I want to tell her? Same again. Quiero decirle. Because le stands for to him or to her it has a double meaning. How would you say, it's important and I have to tell her? Es importante y tengo que decirle. They want to tell you something. Quieren decirte algo. We can't tell you here. No podemos decirte aquí. The next pronoun we have is les, and you can probably guess what this one is. It's the same as the last one, but instead of to him or to her, it's to them. It doesn't matter if it's a male group or a female group, this covers all of that. So this means to them, les. How would you say, I have to tell them? Tengo que decirles. I want to tell them something important. Quiero decirles algo importante. Do you have to tell them today? Tienes que decirles hoy? On to the next one. Here we have me. This one is very obvious. It stands for me. It's the exact same spelling, it's simply a change of pronunciation. Me. How would you say, he wants to see me? Quiere verme. They don't want to see me. No quieren verme. Do you want to see me today or tomorrow? ¿Quieres verme hoy o mañana? She wants to tell me something. Quiere decirme algo. Last but not least is the pronoun nos. This stands for us. Nos. How would you say, he wants to see us? Quiere vernos. She doesn't want to tell us. No quiere decirnos. Can't they see us today? No pueden vernos hoy? What about this last one? She wants to see us today to talk about it. For about it, the phrase is de ello. Quiere vernos hoy para hablar de ello. Through the course so far, we've been using 4 very powerful modal verbs. Here you can see them in the first person. So we have quiero, necesito, tengo que, and puedo. I want, I need, I have to, and I can. And of course, we could just take this sound of tengo on its own, which would mean I have. So these are our 4 power verbs that function as modal verbs, meaning we can easily add on any full verb onto these to seamlessly create sentences. Of course, this applies to all the other angles. These add a lot of power and flexibility to your Spanish, which is why we've spent so much time with them. So to make sure you're comfortable with them, now what I'd like to do is run a jumbo drill using everything we have learned so far. Now, some of you might find this quite challenging. I don't want you to worry if you get a few wrong here and there. As long as you understand the Spanish translation, that's really the main thing. As usual, I recommend you pause and think out your answers. Repeat the video as much as you need to until you feel comfortable with everything. It's important that we have a solid foundation we can rely on as we continue with the course. Also, to keep things fresh, I'm going to introduce a new verb, to call. The word in Spanish is llamar. Something important to be aware of with this verb is that llamar naturally falls into the use of le and les, just like we've seen with the verb decir. So whenever you're attacking from the angle of he, she, or them, The way that you would handle it in Spanish is by literally saying to call to him, to call to her, or to call to them. So, for example, to say I want to call him would be quiero llamarle. I want to call to him or to her. Quiero llamarle. So, this idea of to him or to her is how we treat the verb in Spanish. Therefore, we use the pronoun le. Let's begin the jumbo drill. I want a coffee. Quiero un café. I don't want it. No lo quiero. She has it for me. Lo tiene para mí. I can do it today. Puedo hacerlo hoy. We want to see you. Queremos verte. I have to be here on Monday. Tengo que estar aquí el lunes. She doesn't have time to do it today. No tiene tiempo para hacerlo hoy. I can call you later. Puedo llamarte más tarde. Do you want to study here? ¿Quieres estudiar aquí? I need it because it's very important for me. Lo necesito porque es muy importante para mí. I want to call her now. Quiero llamarle ahora. I know that it's not possible today, but can I do it tomorrow? Sé que no es posible hoy, pero ¿pueden hacerlo mañana? She needs to speak with you. Necesita hablar contigo. They have to see it. Tienen que verlo. He wants to see me today. Quiere verme hoy. My sister needs it for today. Mi hermana lo necesita para hoy. Can you speak with him? ¿Puedes hablar con él? We have a red car. Tenemos un coche rojo. It's not so difficult. I can do it myself. No es tan difícil. Puedo hacerlo yo mismo. I have to tell her. It's very important. Tengo que decirle. Es muy importante. It's fine. He can do it for tomorrow. Está bien. Puede hacerlo para mañana. I want to study Spanish. Quiero estudiar español. I don't want to do it today because I'm tired. No quiero hacerlo hoy porque estoy cansado or estoy cansada. We can call her later. Podemos llamarle más tarde. We have to study for the exam tomorrow. Tenemos que estudiar para el examen mañana. You have to call today. Tienes que llamar hoy. He doesn't have it. Él no lo tiene. I want to be here with my family. Quiero estar aquí con mi familia. Can they speak with you tomorrow? ¿Pueden hablar contigo mañana? She wants to do it herself. Quiere hacerlo ella misma. They need the books for the class. Necesitan los libros para la clase. You can study at home with your brother. Puedes estudiar en casa con tu hermano. We can't call them later. It's not possible. No podemos llamarles más tarde. No es posible. They can be here with us today. Pueden estar aquí con nosotros hoy. If you have time, can you call them? Si tienes tiempo, ¿puedes llamarles? We want to be at home today. Queremos estar en casa hoy. She has it, but she doesn't want it. Lo tiene, pero no lo quiere. Can you buy a drink for me, please? ¿Puedes comprar una bebida para mí, por favor? They don't want it like that. No lo quieren así. You have to tell me the truth. Tienes que decirme la verdad. She wants a drink. Ella quiere una bebida. He wants to speak with us. Quiere hablar con nosotras. Can you see her now? ¿Puedes verla ahora? Thank you, but I can do it myself. Gracias, pero puedo hacerlo yo mismo. He has to tell us. Tiene que decirnos. It's a blue car. Can you see it? Es un coche azul. ¿Puedes verlo? If you want, we can do something different. Si quieres, podemos hacer algo diferente. I can't be here tomorrow. No puedo estar aquí mañana. You have to call me. Tienes que llamarme. They don't have the key. It's on the table. No tienen la llave. Está en la mesa. It's important. We have to speak with him. Es importante. Tenemos que hablar con él. In this video, we're going to expand our Spanish vocabulary with some very common verbs. These are ones you'll find yourself using all the time in everyday conversation. And I'm going to show you 8 different ones that we can start integrating with our Spanish right away. The first one I'd like to show you is the verb ir, which means to go. It's just a 2-letter word spelled IR, ir. This is one of the most common verbs, and we can easily use this with our modal verb structure. For example, how would you say, I want to go? Quiero ir. I can't go tomorrow. No puedo ir mañana. She needs to go with you. Necesita ir contigo. Do you want to go on Friday? ¿Quieres ir el viernes? He wants to see if we can go first. Quiere ver si podemos ir primero. Next, we have the verb comer, which is the verb to eat. How would you say, I want to eat it? Quiero comerlo. I don't want to eat it like that. No quiero comerlo así. They want to eat something different today. Quieren comer algo diferente hoy. Do you want to eat at home or at a restaurant? ¿Quieres comer en casa o en un restaurante? We can eat with my family. Podemos comer con mi familia. If we have the verb to eat, then we also need the verb to drink. In Spanish, the verb is beber. How would you say, I want to drink something? Quiero beber algo. You have to drink more water. The word for water is agua. Tienes que beber más agua. I don't want to drink coffee right now. To express right now, one way would be to say in this moment, en este momento. No quiero beber café en este momento. To say what, the word is que. It's spelled the same as the word for that, but here we have an accent in the spelling, que. How would you ask, what do you want to drink? ¿Qué quieres beber? We need to drink water. It's important. Necesitamos beber agua. Es importante. The verb to live is vivir. We want to live here. Queremos vivir aquí. She wants to live here with me. Ella quiere vivir aquí conmigo. Are you able to live with your parents? Two things here. Remember that to be able to is expressed in the same way as can. So this is going to lead you into the modal verb that we have for that. Then down here we have the word parents, which is padres. Try to say it. ¿Puedes vivir con tus padres? We don't have to live in a big house. No tenemos que vivir en una casa grande. I want to live in Spain. Quiero vivir en España. Here we have the verb tomar, which means to take, but you might also hear this in place of to drink. So instead of beber, you might hear tomar being used. So just be aware that this verb can also be used for to drink. In any language, very often you have multiple options for saying things, so this is just one example of that. How would you say, I can't take it? No puedo tomarlo. She doesn't want to take the money. The word for the money is el dinero. No quiere tomar el dinero. You need to take the key. Necesitas tomar la llave. I want to drink a coffee. Quiero tomar un café. The word for decision is decisión, and this is a feminine word. To say something like, they have to make a decision, here Spanish will use the verb tomar. So literally, they have to take a decision. How would you translate it? Tienen que tomar una decisión. Next up, we have the verb esperar. This means to wait or to wait for. How would you say, I have to wait here? Tengo que esperar aquí. Now let's change the sentence to, I have to wait for him. Here, with the word for, you're not going to use para. All of this, to wait for, is contained within the verb esperar. Therefore, it's going to translate as Tengo que esperarlo. I have to wait for him. So whenever you're using the verb esperar with a pronoun, it's going to stand for to wait for. Can you wait for me here? ¿Puedes esperarme aquí? Can you wait a moment? ¿Puedes esperar un momento? I'm sorry, but I can't wait anymore. Lo siento, pero no puedo esperar más. The verb to help is ayudar. How would you say, I want to help? Quiero ayudar. I want to help her. Quiero ayudarla. If instead of a pronoun like him or her, you were to use the person's name, for example, I want to help Pablo, something very interesting is going to happen here. Something known as the personal a is going to come into play. How it works is that whenever you have a verb plus a person, so this could be the person's name or however you refer to them as. So this could be like my brother or my mum and so on. So when this happens, Spanish will inject this personal a in between the two. So going back to our sentence, I want to help Pablo, it would become Quiero ayudar a Pablo. So this a doesn't translate as anything. It almost seems pointless because we have I want to help Pablo. But this is simply a grammatical rule in Spanish. When you have a verb like ayudar, followed by a person, Spanish will throw in the personal a. So I want to help Pablo. Quiero ayudar a Pablo. How would you say she needs to help her sister? Necesita ayudar a su hermana. Again, you can see the personal a appearing here because we have ayudar followed by su hermana. I have to help my dad today. Tengo que ayudar a mi padre hoy. They can't help us tomorrow. No pueden ayudarnos mañana. Finally, we have the verb salir, which means to go out. How would you say he wants to go out later? Quiere salir más tarde. To say tonight in Spanish, the phrase is esta noche. Literally, this night. Esta noche. Now say, I don't want to go out tonight. No quiero salir esta noche. The word for friend is amigo. That's for a male friend. If it's a female friend, then it would be amiga. Now try to say, I want to go out with my friends tonight. Be careful with this one, as we are now using the word as a plural. Quiero salir con mis amigos esta noche. How would you ask, do you want to go out to the beach today? Where we have to the beach, this to is going to be a in Spanish. ¿Quieres salir a la playa hoy? I don't have to go out later. I can be here with you. No tengo que salir más tarde. Puedo estar aquí contigo. Welcome to this video on the easy future tense. There are a few ways that we can express the future in Spanish, and in this video, I'm going to show you the easiest one. In fact, I just used it in this very sentence, with I'm going to. Right, we use this all the time in English, and we can do the exact same thing in Spanish by using this sound of boy. This will stand for I go or I'm going. Boy. Now, once we add a onto this, so the sound becomes boya. Now this means I go to or I'm going to. Boya. And we can add this to our modal verb collection, because it works in the same way as all the ones we have used. So we can take this sound of boya and we can add on any infinitive we like. In other words, the full verb. For example, I'm going to see it. This would be voy a verlo. You can hear the boy and the a get contracted into one sound. So it's like we have two parts. Voy a verlo. How would you say I'm going to eat? Voy a comer. I'm going to tell you. Voy a decirte. I'm going to buy it. Voy a comprarlo. To express I'm not going to would simply be no voy a. How would you say I'm not going to see it? No voy a verlo. I'm not going to take it. No voy a tomarlo. I'm not going to buy it today. No voy a comprarlo hoy. Let's look at all the angles for this easy future tense on one slide. We have 5 sounds in total. Voy a, pasa, pa, vamos a, pana. So from the top, this is I'm going to, you're going to, he, she, or it is going to, we're going to, and they're going to. You can see we have this middle sound, which is just pronounced as pa, and this represents 3 angles. He is going to, she is going to, and it is going to. Let's run through these, then try building out some sentences. How would you say I'm going to buy it? Voy a comprarlo. You're going to buy it. Vas a comprarlo. He's going to buy it. Va a comprarlo. We're going to buy it. Vamos a comprarlo. They're going to buy it. Van a comprarlo. How would you say she's going to speak with them? Va a hablar con ellos. They're not going to take it. No van a tomarlo. We're going to help her with the house. Vamos a ayudarla con la casa. Whenever you have a verb that starts with the sound of a, like we have here with ayudar, you will hear this a get joined up with the verb. So in the spoken language, it becomes vamos a ayudarla. Vamos a ayudarla con la casa. How would you say I'm going to do it? Voy a hacerlo. Are you going to see it? ¿Vas a verlo? The word for there is allí. Allí. Now say, I'm going to go there later. Voy a ir allí más tarde. I know that you're going to go out tonight. Sé que vas a salir esta noche. She's going to call her. Va llamarle. The verb to sell is vender. How would you say they're going to sell it? Van a venderlo. What about I need the money, so I'm going to sell it? The word so, when used in this context, in Spanish, you're going to use this phrase, así que. Don't try to translate it in a literal way, it won't make any sense. It's one of those where you just have to take the phrase as it comes. Necesito el dinero, así que voy a venderlo. He's not going to sell the house. No va a vender la casa. Are you going to eat it? ¿Vas a comerlo? We are going to live in Mexico. Vamos a vivir en México. I'm going to call my mum later. Voy a llamar a mi madre más tarde. He's going to help us tomorrow. Va a ayudarnos mañana. My brother is going to call you. Mi hermano va a llamarte. They're going to leave tonight. For to leave, we can go with the verb salir. Van a salir esta noche. The word for soon in Spanish is pronto. Pronto. Now say, I'm going to do it soon. Voy a hacerlo pronto. I'm going to drink a lot of coffee. Voy a tomar mucho café. What are you going to eat? ¿Qué vas a comer? I'm going to go out with my friends on Saturday. Voy a salir con mis amigos el sábado. It's not very good, so we're not going to eat there. No es muy bueno, así que no vamos a comer allí. To express tomorrow morning is mañana en la mañana. It sounds a little odd, as the word for morning is the same word as for tomorrow, but this is how it is. So to express tomorrow morning is mañana en la mañana. Now say, she's going to do it tomorrow morning. Va a hacerlo mañana en la mañana. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to say this and these in Spanish. Let's start with this. Now, there are 3 words for this. Este, esto, and esta. So what's going on here? Why are there 3 words? Well, remember that Spanish loves to agree. And we are seeing that same concept apply here. Este is the masculine version of this. So this is what you'll use when talking about masculine nouns like el libro or el coche. On the other side, we have esta. As this one ends in A, it's very obvious. This also means this, but this is the feminine version of the word. So you'll pair this with feminine words such as la casa. In the middle, we have esto. This is basically the neutral way of saying this. If there's no noun in a sentence, then this is what you're going to use. Esto. So once again, to say this, we have three options. Este, esto, and esta. How do you say the book? El libro. Right, so it's a masculine noun. Now, how would you say this book? Este libro. What about the house? What is that in Spanish? La casa. Now say this house. Esta casa. Let's keep going. I'll throw in some new vocabulary here, so don't worry if you don't know the word. Just focus on matching the correct version of this with the noun. The drink. La bebida. This drink. Esta bebida. The idea. La idea. This idea. Esta idea. The day. El día. You might be wondering why this word is masculine when it ends in A. Well, remember that it's only a general rule that words ending in A are feminine. You will be right in the vast majority of cases by assuming that. But there are some words in Spanish that break that rule, and this is one of them. So the word día is masculine. El día. How would you say this day? Este día. The shirt. La camisa. This shirt. Esta camisa. The place. El lugar. This place. Este lugar. The coffee. El café. This coffee. Este café. The beach. La playa. This beach. Esta playa. The city. La ciudad. This city. Esta ciudad. The party. La fiesta. This party. Esta fiesta. The work. El trabajo. This work. Este trabajo. The car. El coche. This car. Este coche. The backpack. La mochila. This backpack. Esta mochila. The problem. El problema. This problem. Este problema. The moment. El momento. This moment. Este momento. The idea. La idea. This idea. Esta idea. The table. La mesa. This table. Esta mesa. The key. La llave. this key. Esta llave. With our three ways of saying this, we still have this middle one to look at, esto. Again, we'll use this when there's no subject in the sentence, so it has a very general and neutral feel. Examples would be, I want this. Quiero esto. This isn't possible. Esto no es posible. I have to do this. Tengo que hacer esto. In English, when talking about something that's plural, this will become these. So, for example, if there was just one book, then we would say this book. But if there are more than one book, then we would say these books. In Spanish, it works very similar to this. But the key difference is that we have a masculine and feminine version for this, which means that we also have a masculine and feminine way of saying these. Esta will transform into estas. So we're just adding an S onto the word, which feels very normal. Though you have to be careful with este, as this transforms into estos. So it's a little bit irregular. So for the word these, we have these two options, estas and estos. You'll use estas with feminine plurals, whereas you'll use estos with masculine plurals. Let's go through some examples here. This book. Este libro. These books. Estos libros. This shirt. Esta camisa. These shirts. Estas camisas. This party. Esta fiesta. These parties. Estas fiestas. This idea. Esta idea. These ideas. Estas ideas. This problem. Este problema. These problems. Estos problemas. This car. Este coche. These cars. Estos coches. This drink. Esta bebida. These drinks. Estas bebidas. This day. Este día. These days. Estos días. This house. Esta casa. These houses. Estas casas. In the last video, we looked at how to say this and these to talk about things that are close to you. Now, we're going to look at how to say that and those to talk about things that are a little bit further away. If you're comfortable with everything in the last video, then you'll find this very easy. Right, we had three ways to say this. Este, esto, and esta. Now, we also have three ways to say that. Let's go back to our words for this. Este, esto, and esta. Now let's remove the T from each word, so it becomes ese, eso, and esa. These are the words for that, and they work in the same way. So you will use ese with masculine words, esa for feminine words, Then we have this middle one, eso, which we'll use when there's no noun. Let's do some practice. How do you say the house? La casa. Now say that house. Esa casa. The car. El coche. That car. Ese coche. The moment. El momento. That moment. Ese momento. The party. La fiesta. That party. Esa fiesta. The drink. La bebida. That drink. Esa bebida. The book. El libro. That book. Ese libro. The day. El día. That day. Ese día. The year. El año. That year. Ese año. The city. La ciudad. That city. Esa ciudad. The table. La mesa. That table. Esa mesa. The place. El lugar. That place. Ese lugar. The beach. La playa. That beach. Esa playa. Now let's look at how to say those. Again, it's very easy because we are still following that same pattern. On the feminine side, we have esa for that, and this goes to esas for those. Then for masculine words, we'll use ese for that. Then to say those, this will transform into esos. Right, so we have two possibilities for these, esas and esos. Let's do some more practice. How do you say that car? Ese coche. Now what about those cars? Esos coches. That book. Ese libro. Those books. Esos libros. That idea. Esa idea. Those ideas. Esas ideas. That problem. Ese problema. Those problems. Esos problemas. That key. Esa llave. Those keys. Esas llaves. That day. Ese día. Those days. Esos días. That house. Esa casa. Those houses. Esas casas. That drink. Esa bebida. Those drinks. esas bebidas. Up until now, we've been using Spanish in a really clever way, combining modal verbs like quiero and voy a with infinitives like comer or estudiar. But now we're going to take the next big step, learning how to form and use the present tense. So, taking the verb to eat as an example, by breaking this down in the present tense, it allows us to say things like I eat, you eat, we eat, and so on. So, to eat is the full verb, while these are the conjugations of the verb. So, this is what we're going to be learning how to do in this video. When it comes to verbs in Spanish, there are two things I want you to keep in mind. First of all, verbs in Spanish can either be classified as regular or irregular. Regular verbs follow a set pattern. We know how the verb is going to conjugate. They are very easy to predict. Once you know the rules, you have the power to conjugate any regular verb in Spanish. However, if the verb is irregular, they don't follow a set pattern. They are harder to predict. You have to put in the work to learn them. The good news is that without even realizing it, you have already learned some of the most common ones by mastering the modal verbs we have covered so far. So, sounds like quiero, tengo, and voy a. These are irregular conjugations. But now in this video, we're going to be looking at regular verbs and learning how to conjugate them. Also, keep in mind that the majority of verbs in Spanish are regular, so it's very important that we learn the patterns and the rules to be able to use them properly. The second thing I want to remind you of is that all verbs in Spanish end in either AR, ER, or IR. It's very important to be aware of the verb ending, as how we conjugate the verb will depend on which group it falls into. Okay, with that introduction out of the way, let's get into the main part of the video. As mentioned on the last slide, we have these three groups that all verbs fit into. Each one will conjugate a little bit differently, although ER and IR are very closely related, as you'll see through the video. So we have 5 angles in total that we can conjugate into. The angle of I, you, he, she or it, we, and they. Here you can see this chart I made, which we'll fill out as we go. Let's start with the angle of I. Here we have the verb hablar, to speak. Now, to conjugate this into the angle of I speak, what we'll do is take the full verb, the infinitive, hablar, and remove the verb ending, this AR. From there, we'll add on an O, so the sound becomes hablo. So we're going from the full verb hablar into hablo. This means I speak. Hablo. This is how conjugating works in Spanish. You remove the verb ending, whether it's AR, ER, or IR, then you add onto that. So here we are adding on O. The O represents I. This is how it works for all 3 of our verb groups. So we are replacing that verb ending with an O. So for example, what's the verb to eat? Comer. So to express I eat, comer will go into the sound of como. Como means I eat. Try it out for yourself. What's the verb to take? Tomar. So what will this go to for I take? Tomo. Let's go through that same sequence with some other verbs. To study. Estudiar. I study. Estudio. To live. Vivir. I live. Vivo. To call. Llamar. I call. Llamo. To drink. Beber. I drink. Bebo. To sell. Vender. I sell. Vendo. Now that we know the mechanics behind how conjugating works in Spanish, let's jump into our next angle here. For the angle of he, she, it, the main difference here is when it comes to these verb groups. AR will go to the letter A, whereas verbs ending in ER and IR will take on the letter E. So, for example, the verb hablar will go to habla. This stands for he speaks, she speaks, and it speaks. Whereas an ER verb like comer will go to the sound of come. He eats, she eats, it eats. All of that is expressed with come. IR verbs will behave in the same way. So here we have vivir going to vive, which will stand for he lives, she lives, and it lives. Let's do a little practice with forming this angle. Again, what is the verb to speak? Hablar. How would you say he, she, or it speaks? Habla. To eat. Comer. He, she, or it eats. Come. To live. Vivir. He, she, or it lives. Vive. To study. Estudiar. He, she, or it studies. Estudia. To call. Llamar. He, she, or it calls. Llama. To drink. Beber. He, she, or it drinks. Bebe. To sell. Vender. He, she, or it sells. Vende. The verb to decide is decidir. So, being an IR verb, what would be he, she, or it decides? Decide. To take. Tomar. He, she, or it takes. Toma. Next, let's look at the angle of you. This is very easy. All we're going to do is take whatever the angle of he, she, or it is and add on the letter S. So it would look like this on the chart. So really, all we're going to do here is focus on getting the angle of he, she, or it, just as we did before. Then add on an S. The S on the end is what represents the angle of you. Let's do our same example from before. So we had hablar going to habla for he, she, or it speaks. Now to get the angle of you, all we'll do is add an S onto the end of this. So it becomes hablas. This means you speak. Hablas. Likewise, comer will go to comes. And vivir will go to vives. Again, let's do some practice. To speak. Hablar. You speak. Hablas. To eat. Comer. You eat. Comes. To live. Vivir. You live. Vives. To take. Tomar. You take. Tomas. To sell. Vender. You sell. Vendes. To wait. Esperar. You wait. Esperas. To study. Estudiar. You study. Estudias. To decide. Decidir. You decide. Decides. To call. Llamar. You call. Llamas. Up next, I actually want to jump over into the angle of they, as it follows the same very easy pattern that we just seen with the angle of you. Here you can see on the chart now. So once again, we'll take that angle of he, she, it, but this time instead of an S, we are going to add an N. This is our easy pathway into the angle of they. So taking this sound of habla, or he, she, it speaks, we'll add an N onto this. So the word becomes hablan. This means they speak. Let's run through some more examples. To eat. Comer. They eat. Comen. To live. Vivir. They live. Viven. To call. Llamar. They call. Llaman. To wait. Esperar. They wait. Esperan. To sell. Vender. They sell. Venden. To buy. Comprar. They buy. Compran. To take. Tomar. They take. Toman. For our final angle of we, the sounds are amos, hemos, and imos. Really, it's just as if we are removing the R from the end of the verb and adding on this mos sound. Let's look at this in action with our example verbs. Hablar becomes hablamos. Comer becomes comemos. And vivir becomes vivimos. So we have this key mos sound all the way through. Let's go through it. What is the verb to speak? Hablar. So what would be we speak? Hablamos. To eat. Comer. We eat. Comemos. To live. Vivir. We live. Vivimos. To take. Tomar. We take. Tomamos. To buy. Comprar. We buy. Compramos. To drink. Beber. We drink. Bebemos. To see. Bear. We see. Vemos. To decide. Decidir. We decide. Decidimos. To help. Ayudar. We help. Ayudamos. So here's the most important slide for the present tense in Spanish. We are removing the verb ending and adding on these letters. Notice just how similar ER and IR verbs are. They are basically sister groups. The only difference is with the angle of we. This can look intimidating at first, but once you realize the patterns, like how once we have the angle of he, she, or it, we can easily jump into the angle of you and they by adding an S or N, or how the angle of I is formed the same for all verbs. It's really not too bad, and as you keep practicing, using the present tense will get easier and easier. Before we finish off, let's try using the present tense with some short sentences. How would you say, I take it? Here I've put the verb in brackets to help you out. Lo tomo. So the pronoun comes up front behind the conjugated verb. What about, I don't take it? No lo tomo. I eat it. Lo como. To express all the time in Spanish is todo el tiempo. How would you say, I eat it all the time? Lo como todo el tiempo. I speak with her. Hablo con ella. He lives here. Vive aquí. We see him. Lo vemos. They eat here a lot. Comen aquí mucho. You don't buy it. No lo compras. We drink a lot of water. Bebemos mucha agua. I help them. Los ayudo. I call her. Le llamo. He waits for us. Nos espera. They don't help me. No me ayudan. He buys it all the time. Lo compra todo el tiempo. Do you live with your family? ¿Vives con tu familia? She studies Spanish. Estudia español. To express every day is todos los días. Literally, all the days. Todos los días. How would you say, I study every day? Estudio todos los días. Two words that pair very well with the present tense are the words always and never. Always is siempre, and never is nunca. Siempre y nunca. How would you say, I always study here? Siempre estudio aquí. Literally, always, I study here. Siempre estudio aquí. He always buys it. Siempre lo compra. They never help me. Nunca me ayudan. I never eat it like that. Nunca lo como así. Now that we've learned how to form the present tense in Spanish, what we're going to do now is run a jumbo drill. and this will be split into two parts. In part 1, we'll focus on conjugating verbs into different angles. Then, in part 2, we'll make things a little bit more difficult and start using this present tense to build some short sentences. So, in total, I have around 50 conjugations for you to do, along with 25 sentences that you'll need to translate. In this drill, we'll use all the regular verbs that we've come across so far in the course, but also, I thought I'd throw in one new verb here that we can work with, which is the verb to arrive, llegar. So obviously, an AR verb. Let's begin with part 1. How do you say he speaks? Habla. I study. Estudio. They eat. Comen. She lives. Vive. You drink. Bebes. We help. Ayudamos. I arrive. Llego. You wait. Esperas. They decide. Deciden. We speak. Hablamos. She takes. Toma. I call. Llamo. He sells. Vende. You buy. Compras. We arrive. Llegamos. I help. Ayudo. They speak. Hablan. He calls. Llama. We eat. Comemos. I drink. Bebo. She lives. Vive. You take. Tomas. I decide. Decido. They wait. Esperan. We study. Estudiamos. He helps. Ayuda. She arrives. Llega. You speak. Hablas. They buy. Compran. I sell. Vendo. We call. Llamamos. You arrive. Llegas. He studies. Estudia. We decide. Decidimos. I take. Tomo. They decide. Deciden. She sells. Vende. We buy. Compramos. You live. Vives. They drink. Beben. I speak. Hablo. He decides. Decide. We help. Ayudamos. We sell. Vendemos. I arrive. Llego. You call. Llamas. We live. Vivimos. He buys. Compra. You study. Estudias. They take. Toman. Now let's move on to part 2 of the drill. How would you say, I study every day? Estudio todos los días. She drinks water in the morning. Bebe agua en la mañana. We live in a white house. Vivimos en una casa blanca. You wait with your friend. Esperas con tu amigo. They sell books in the store. Venden libros en la tienda. He calls his sister on Sundays. Llama a su hermana los domingos. I eat at home with my family. Como en casa con mi familia. Do you help them a lot? ¿Los ayudas mucho? They don't arrive here. No llegan aquí. We speak Spanish in class. Hablamos español en clase. He decides quickly. Decide rápido. We wait for her here. La esperamos aquí. Do you drink coffee? ¿Tomas café? I don't eat it because it's not good for me. No lo como porque no es bueno para mí. She never takes a break. Nunca toma una pausa. They don't sell it here. No lo venden aquí. You decide what to do. Decides qué hacer. I always help my friends. Siempre ayudo a mis amigos. We take the bus. Tomamos el autobús. She waits for the bus. Ella espera el autobús. We eat together. Comemos juntos. I always arrive on time. Siempre llego a tiempo. They live in a big city. Viven en una ciudad grande. You speak very well. Hablas muy bien. We buy it every day. Lo compramos todos los días. Welcome to another video. This will be a short one. We're going to learn how to say there was and there were. What is the little word we have in Spanish which means there is or there are? Hay. How would you say there is a car? Hay un coche. There are drinks here. Hay bebidas aquí. There isn't a problem. No hay un problema. Now, the past tense of this would be there was or there were. In Spanish, the sound is había. So this gives us a nice pairing. We have hay, which means there is or there are. And now we have había, meaning there was or there were. Let's try to use it. How would you say there was a car? Había un coche. There were drinks here. Había bebidas aquí. There wasn't a problem. No había un problema. So these are the same examples we had before. The only difference is that we have swapped I for había. The word for people is gente. This is a feminine word, so la gente. Try to say, there were people here. Había gente aquí. What about, there were a lot of people here? Había mucha gente aquí. There weren't a lot of people there. No había mucha gente allí. There was a drink on the table. Había una bebida en la mesa. There were two problems. Había dos problemas. The word for food is comida. La comida. There was a lot of food. Había mucha comida. To say something like, there wasn't any food. Spanish wouldn't bother with this any. It doesn't really exist in the same way in Spanish as it does in English. They would simply say, there wasn't food. What would it be? No había comida. So this means there wasn't food, but it can also be used to mean there wasn't any food. No había comida. How would you say there was a party? Había una fiesta. There was a party, but there wasn't any food. Había una fiesta, pero no había comida. There was a festival. Había un festival. There was a festival, but there wasn't a lot of people. Había un festival, pero no había mucha gente. Here's our Phase 2 final revision. Once again, this will be a drill containing everything we've covered in the course so far. Not only from Phase 2, but also things we learned back in Phase 1. Remember to always use that pause button to give yourself more time to process and work out the answer. Let's get started. They are going to arrive soon. Van a llegar pronto. I have to help my mum. Tengo que ayudar a mi madre. He doesn't want to eat at that restaurant. No quiere comer en ese restaurante. There are a lot of people here. Hay mucha gente aquí. Do you want to wait here? ¿Quieres esperar aquí? They need to buy the food. Necesitan comprar la comida. I take it. Lo tomo. They don't sell it here. No lo venden aquí. That book is not very interesting. Ese libro no es muy interesante. I'm going to do it myself. Voy a hacerlo yo mismo or yo misma. We are going to see it today. Vamos a verlo hoy. There was a lot of traffic. Había mucho tráfico. I can tell you later. Puedo decirte más tarde. I speak with my teacher. Hablo con mi profesor. She's going out with her friends later. Va a salir con sus amigas más tarde. They aren't going to arrive on time. No van a llegar a tiempo. He has to take a break. Tiene que tomar una pausa. She wants to go there tonight. Quiere ir ahí esta noche. I have a question. Tengo una pregunta. He helps his family a lot. Ayuda mucho a su familia. I have to do it now. It's important. Tengo que hacerlo ahora. Es importante. I'm Pablo and I'm from Mexico. Soy Pablo y soy de México. She's very happy today. Está muy feliz hoy. He calls every day. Él llama todos los días. I always drink water in the morning. Siempre bebo agua en la mañana. This moment is very special for me. Este momento es muy especial para mí. We live near here. Vivimos cerca de aquí. I know that they can't do it for me today. Sé que no pueden hacerlo para mí hoy. I don't want to eat right now. No quiero comer en este momento. Do you live with your brother? ¿Vives con tu hermano? He wants to see if we can go first. Quiere ver si podemos ir primero. We see him all the time. Lo vemos todo el tiempo. They want to speak with you tomorrow morning. Quieren hablar contigo mañana en la mañana. The party was good, but there wasn't a lot of food. La fiesta fue buena, pero no había mucha comida. I'm not going to buy it because it's too expensive. No voy a comprarlo porque es demasiado caro. He never decides. Él nunca decide. Do you want to go to the beach today? ¿Quieres ir a la playa hoy? I only speak with him on Fridays. Solo hablo con él los viernes. There are drinks on the table. Hay bebidas en la mesa. I'm sorry, but I can't be there tomorrow. Lo siento, pero no puedo estar allí mañana. I'm going to study at home today. Voy a estudiar en casa hoy. I speak a little bit of Spanish. Hablo un poco de español. I know that he needs it, but I don't have it. Sé que lo necesita, pero no lo tengo. I want this car. Quiero este coche. Do you see him? ¿Lo ves? First, we want to see if it's possible. Primero, queremos ver si es posible. I'm very busy tomorrow, so I can't see you. Estoy muy ocupado o ocupada mañana, así que no puedo verte. He only speaks English. Solo habla inglés. Do you drink coffee with milk? ¿Tomas café con leche? He always arrives early. Siempre llega temprano. We are going to take the bus again. Vamos a tomar el autobús otra vez. That idea is not any good. Esa idea no es buena. She lives with me. Vive conmigo. There was a party on Tuesday. Había una fiesta el martes. My daughter is at home today. Mi hija está en casa hoy. This orange shirt is mine. Esta camisa naranja es mía. I want to see if they sell it here. Quiero ver si lo venden aquí. Do you buy your food in that store? ¿Compras tu comida en esa tienda? I eat it every day. Lo como todos los días. Welcome to Phase 3. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to talk about what we like and what we don't like in Spanish. To express I like or I like it, in Spanish the phrase is me gusta. So we have the pronoun me. Then we have this word gusta. Literally, what this means is, to me, it is pleasing. This is how you express I like in Spanish. So the way they go about expressing it is a little bit different compared to English. But you don't need to think or translate this in a literal way. Just use the phrase as it comes. Me gusta, I like or I like it. Me gusta acts as a modal verb. So to say something like, I like to dance, we'll take that phrase me gusta and add on the verb to dance. So it becomes me gusta bailar. So here we have the verb to dance, bailar. And we're simply adding this on to our phrase, me gusta. So I like to dance. Me gusta bailar. How would you say I like to do it? Me gusta hacerlo. I like to see it. Me gusta verlo. Going back to the English here, rather than saying I like it, we might say I like seeing it. So we're using the verb in this ing tense, but we're really saying the same thing. So in English, we have these two different options, but Spanish treats these in the same way. They'll stick with using the full verb. So even if you're trying to say, I like seeing it, in Spanish it's going to be, me gusta verlo. To express I don't like or I don't like it, the phrase becomes, no me gusta. So we're just adding no at the start. No me gusta. How would you say, I don't like seeing it? No me gusta verlo. I don't like dancing. No me gusta bailar. Let's look at all the angles on one slide. So we have I like, me gusta. You like, te gusta. He, she, or it likes, le gusta. We like, nos gusta. They like, les gusta. Notice how this word gusta remains stationary all the way down the line. We're simply changing the pronoun at the start to get the angle that we want. So this makes it very easy. Me gusta, te gusta, le gusta, nos gusta, les gusta. Let's do some practice. Again, how do you say I like? Me gusta. You like. Te gusta. He, she, or it likes. Le gusta. We like. Nos gusta. They like. Les gusta. How would you say he likes to study? Le gusta estudiar. She likes dancing. Le gusta bailar. We like eating here. Nos gusta comer aquí. I like helping people. Spanish will include the article here. You'll typically see this with words like people when used in expressions like this. So, literally, I like helping the people. How would you say it? Me gusta ayudar a la gente. How would you ask, do you like it? ¿Te gusta? Remember that the it is automatically included in the phrase itself, so we don't need to include lo. Right, you would simply say, ¿Te gusta? Do you like it? They like to be here. Les gusta estar aquí. She doesn't like dancing. No le gusta bailar. They don't like to wait. No les gusta esperar. You like this book, right? To ask this question on the end, the word is verdad. This actually means truth, but this is one way they use it. So, how would you say it? You like this book, right? ¿Te gusta este libro, verdad? I know that he likes it. Sé que le gusta. To say he, she, or it knows, the word is sabe. Sabe. She knows that I don't like it. Sabe que no me gusta. He knows that we don't like eating there. Sabe que no nos gusta comer allí. I like to study at home. Me gusta estudiar en casa. I like to eat with my family. Me gusta comer con mi familia. She doesn't like drinking coffee. No le gusta beber café. They don't like taking the bus. No les gusta tomar el autobús. What is the little word we have for like this or like that? Así. Now, the nice thing about this word is that it will also stand for this way or that way. So, how would you say, I don't like it that way? No me gusta así. I like living here. Me gusta vivir aquí. Do you like this restaurant? ¿Te gusta este restaurante? She knows that we like to arrive early. Sabe que nos gusta llegar temprano. Now let's add a little more power. To express I really like or I really like it, the phrase becomes me gusta mucho. Again, we can add just about any verb we like onto this. For example, I really like dancing would be me gusta mucho bailar. The verb to sing in Spanish is cantar. How would you say, I really like singing? Me gusta mucho cantar. Let's change the angle. She really likes singing. Le gusta mucho cantar. He really likes eating here. Le gusta mucho comer aquí. In this video, we're going to add even more flexibility to our Spanish by learning these important question words. These being the 5 W's that we have in English: who, what, where, when, why, and we'll also throw in how. These are some of the most important words to learn in any language, so let's go through them one by one. Let's start with who. The word is quién. How would you say, I know who he is? Sé quién es. What about, I don't know who he is? No sé quién es. How would you ask, who is she? ¿Quién es? If you wanted to make this more explicit, then it would be ¿Quién es ella? Of course, we can also use this with the present tense. Who wants it? ¿Quién lo quiere? Who studies with you? ¿Quién estudia contigo? Who lives here? ¿Quién vive aquí? We know the sounds or conjugations for I know, sé, and he, she, or it knows, sabe. Well, the full verb to know is saber. This will pair very well with our question words. How would you say, I need to know who it is? Necesito saber quién es. She wants to know who he is. Quiere saber quién es. The word what in Spanish is que. We've used this one a little bit before, and you may have noticed that it's spelt the same as the word for that. The only difference is that we have this accent appearing in the spelling over the E. I have to decide what to buy. Tengo que decidir qué comprar. I don't know what to do. No sé qué hacer. What do you need? ¿Qué necesitas? What do you want to eat today? ¿Qué quieres comer hoy? This is what she wants. Esto es que quiere. Now, something to be aware of is that when the word what is used mid-sentence, you might actually hear this as lo que. So instead of que, we have lo que. This still has the exact same meaning, so whichever option you go for is totally fine. Though you'll hear native speakers tend to do this. But again, this is really only done mid-sentence. You typically won't see this happen if the word is used in a question. How would you ask, what is it? ¿Qué es? To ask what is the time in Spanish would be ¿Qué hora es? Literally, what hour is it? ¿Qué hora es? I want to know what to buy at the store. Quiero saber qué comprar en la tienda. What do you have to do today? ¿Qué tienes que hacer hoy? Next, let's look at where. The word is ¿dónde? ¿Dónde? How would you say, I want to know where it is? Quiero saber dónde está. So we're on the side of Estar here as we're talking about location. This is pretty much always going to happen when using the word where. ¿Dónde? How would you ask, where is it? ¿Dónde está? Where can we wait? ¿Dónde podemos esperar? I don't know where he is. No sé dónde está. She knows where he likes to eat. Sabe dónde le gusta comer. Where is the book? ¿Dónde está el libro? Where can I buy it? ¿Dónde puedo comprarlo? The bathroom in Spanish is el baño. So, how would you ask? Where is the bathroom? ¿Dónde está el baño? Next on the list is the word when, which is cuando. How would you say, I know when it is? Sé cuándo es. When is the party? ¿Cuándo es la fiesta? When do you arrive? ¿Cuándo llegas? When are you going to call me? ¿Cuándo vas a llamarme? I want to know when he is here. Quiero saber cuándo está aquí. The sound for you know is sabes. Sabes. How would you ask? Do you know when? ¿Sabes cuándo? Can you tell me when it is here, please? ¿Puedes decirme cuándo está aquí, por favor? Here's another very important question word. Why? In Spanish it's ¿por qué? So we have because, which is porque, but when we split up this word and stress the ending, so it becomes ¿por qué?, the meaning changes to why. So just keep in mind that there is this difference here. How would you say, I want to know why? Quiero saber por qué. Why do you like it? ¿Por qué te gusta? He wants to know why you don't like it. Quiere saber por qué no te gusta. We want to know why he doesn't call us. Queremos saber por qué no nos llama. I don't know why it's like that. No sé por qué es así. Do you know why she doesn't speak with him? ¿Sabes por qué no habla con él? The word for no one or nobody is nadie. How would you say, no one knows why? Nadie sabe por qué. It's important and I have to know why. Es importante y tengo que saber por qué. Lastly, we have the word how. ¿Cómo? How would you ask, how is she? As in, how is she doing? ¿Cómo está? I don't know how to do it. No sé cómo hacerlo. Do you know how to do it? ¿Sabes cómo hacerlo? Take a look at this next one. Now, the word get doesn't really exist in Spanish in the same way that it does in English. We use it for a lot of different things, but in Spanish, you have to find another suitable verb that fits the context. So here, Spanish will opt for the verb to arrive, llegar. So, how would you ask? How do you get home? ¿Cómo llegas a casa? Literally, how do you arrive to home? ¿Cómo llegas a casa? I don't know how to get to the restaurant. No sé cómo llegar al restaurante. If you're wondering about this al and where it came from, whenever you have a followed by el, these will get contracted into al. So instead of a el restaurante, it becomes al restaurante. No sé cómo llegar al restaurante. Let's expand on the sentence. I don't know how to get to the restaurant. Can you tell me? No sé cómo llegar al restaurante. ¿Puedes decirme? Hola, and welcome to this next video on time markers. We've already learned and been using quite a few of these already, probably the most common ones. Words like más tarde, hoy, mañana, ahora, pronto, mañana en la mañana, todos los días, esta noche. Right, so these are very helpful when adding more detail to what we're saying. In this video, we're going to learn a few more. Actually, 9 more. We'll do this in sets of 3 to keep it all organized. Here we have next week, next month, and next year. So we have la próxima semana, next week. El próximo mes, next month. El próximo año, next year. Próximo means next. And you can see up here, this goes to próxima, because semana is a feminine word, right? La semana. So the week, la semana, goes to la próxima semana, for next week. This is how this phrase works. La semana, la próxima semana. El mes, el próximo mes. El año, el próximo año. Let's start using these in our sentences. How would you say, I want to do it next week? Quiero hacerlo la próxima semana. We are going to study next week. Vamos a estudiar la próxima semana. I have to do it next month. Tengo que hacerlo el próximo mes. We have to call Mum next week. Tenemos que llamar a Madre la próxima semana. I'm going to see him next month. Voy a verlo el próximo mes. Next year, I want to dance more. El próximo año quiero bailar más. Can you help me next week? ¿Puedes ayudarme la próxima semana? The word for other in Spanish is otro or otra. So which one you use will depend on the gender of the noun that follows. So the sentence reads, we're going to live in another city next year. How would you say it? Vamos a vivir en otra ciudad el próximo año. Here we have another set of 3 different time markers. In this first one, we have the word we were just using, próximo, which means next. So we can use it to say things like the next Monday or the next Friday, whatever day we are referring to. Then we have this phrase, este fin de semana. This is how you go about saying this weekend. It's not a one-to-one translation, but it's almost like we're saying this end or this finish of week. Este fin de semana. Then we have en una hora, which means in 1 hour. Of course, instead of 1 hour, this could be in 2 hours or in 5 hours, and so on. How would you say they want to go out this weekend? Quieren salir este fin de semana. She wants to speak with you next Monday. Quiere hablar contigo el próximo lunes. He arrives in 1 hour. Llega en una hora. Can you call me next Friday? ¿Puedes llamarme el próximo viernes? We're not going to the party this weekend. No vamos a la fiesta este fin de semana. Do you have to do it this weekend? ¿Tienes que hacerlo este fin de semana? We have to leave in 2 hours. For to leave, you can go with the verb salir. It means to go out, but you can also use it for to leave. Tenemos que salir en 2 horas. The word until is hasta. Hasta. Now try to say, I don't want to wait until next Thursday. No quiero esperar hasta el próximo jueves. Here's our next set of expressions, and we have a nice easy pattern here. So we have por la mañana, which means in the morning. This word por is a very flexible word in Spanish. It doesn't really have a one-word translation. It can stand for many different things. But when used in this phrase, it sort of means in or around. So in or around the morning, por la mañana. Then we have por la tarde, in the afternoon. Por la noche, in the evening. Noche means evening or night. It's the same thing in Spanish. So por la noche could mean in the evening or around nighttime. How would you say, I study Spanish in the morning? Estudio español en la mañana. We're going to study in the afternoon. Vamos a estudiar por la tarde. She always calls around nighttime. Ella siempre llama por la noche. Can you help us in the afternoon? ¿Puedes ayudarnos por la tarde? I don't want to go out in the morning. No quiero salir por la mañana. I'm going to speak with them in the evening. Voy a hablar con ellos por la noche. We're going out to eat in the afternoon. Vamos a salir a comer por la tarde. I like to drink coffee in the morning. Me gusta tomar café por la mañana. In this video, we're going to expand our vocabulary by learning 15 new must-know verbs that we can start using in our Spanish right away. We'll go through this rapid-fire style. I'll give you the verb, then I want you to translate the following sentences that come up on the screen. This will involve our modal verb structure, and you may also need to conjugate the verb into the present tense. So if you need more time to do that, remember to pause the video and give yourself the time to work out the answer. Let's get started. The verb to work is trabajar. How would you say, I work every day? Trabajo todos los días. Are you working this weekend? ¿Trabajas este fin de semana? We have to work on Tuesday. Tenemos que trabajar el martes. She doesn't want to work today. No quiere trabajar hoy. The verb to use is usar. How would you say, I don't use it? No lo uso. Can I use your phone? ¿Puedo usar tu teléfono? I want to use my time well. Quiero usar mi tiempo bien. They use it all the time. Lo usan todo el tiempo. The verb to listen is escuchar. How would you say, I always listen to music on the bus? Siempre escucho música en el autobús. Do you listen when I speak? ¿Escuchas cuando hablo? She wants to listen to it again. Quiere escucharlo otra vez. He never listens. Nunca escucha. To travel is viajar. I want to travel next year. Quiero viajar el próximo año. Are you going to travel with your family? ¿Vas a viajar con tu familia? We're traveling to Spain in 2 weeks. Viajamos a España en 2 semanas. He doesn't like to travel alone. No le gusta viajar solo. To ask is preguntar. I want to ask you something. Quiero preguntarte algo. She's going to ask later. Va a preguntar más tarde. I need to ask him something. It's important. Necesito preguntarle algo. Es importante. If we don't ask, we're not going to know where it is. Si no preguntamos, no vamos a saber dónde está. The verb to request or to order is pedir. I'm going to order a drink. Voy a pedir una bebida. We can't order now. No podemos pedir ahora. Can you order something for me? ¿Puedes pedir algo para mí? We can order food tonight. Podemos pedir comida esta noche. To finish is terminar. I want to finish this soon. Quiero terminar esto pronto. When are you going to finish the work? ¿Cuándo vas a terminar el trabajo? Is it possible to finish it by tomorrow? ¿Es posible terminarlo para mañana? I can't finish it today. I need more time. No puedo terminarlo hoy. Necesito más tiempo. To clean is limpiar. I have to clean the house. Tengo que limpiar la casa. Do you clean every day? ¿Limpias todos los días? We're going to clean after dinner. Vamos a limpiar después de la cena. Why doesn't he clean the car? ¿Por qué no limpia el coche? The verb to give is dar. I'm going to give you the book tomorrow. Voy a darte el libro mañana. Can you give me that, please? ¿Puedes darme eso, por favor? They have to give him something. Tienen que darle algo. I need to give her my answer tonight. Necesito darle mi respuesta esta noche. To receive is recibir. I receive it. Lo recibo. When do you receive it? ¿Cuándo lo recibes? We never receive it on time. Nunca lo recibimos a tiempo. They're going to receive the letter on Monday. Van a recibir la carta el lunes. To walk is caminar. I walk to work in the morning. Camino al trabajo por la mañana. He's not going to walk. No va caminar. Do you want to walk with me? ¿Quieres caminar conmigo? We walked a lot over the weekend. Caminamos mucho durante el fin de semana. To visit is visitar. I'm going to visit my parents. Voy a visitar a mis padres. Are you going to visit them tomorrow? ¿Vas a visitarlos mañana? She visits us every day. Nos visita todos los días. We're going to visit our grandmother next week. Vamos a visitar a nuestra abuela la próxima semana. To prepare is preparar. I prepare it. Lo preparo. I have to prepare the food. Tengo que preparar la comida. She can't prepare everything herself. No puede preparar todo ella misma. He prepares it for me. Lo prepara para mí. To have dinner is cenar. They want to have dinner now. Quieren cenar ahora. Do you want to have dinner with us? ¿Quieres cenar con nosotros? We have dinner together. Cenamos juntos. I'm going to have dinner with my friends tonight. Voy a cenar con mis amigos esta noche. To learn is aprender. He learns very quickly. Aprende muy rápido. She has to learn it because it's going to be in her exam. Tiene que aprenderlo porque va a ser en su examen. I like to learn new things. Me gusta aprender cosas nuevas. I want to learn more Spanish. Quiero aprender más español. In this next video, we're going to learn how to say could in Spanish. The key sound for this is podría. Podría. This will stand for 4 angles. It can be used for I could, he could, she could, and it could. It's all represented by this one word, podría. So this gives us a nice pairing, because in the last video, we had debería standing for I should, he should, she should, and it should. And now we have podría, meaning could, and it's standing for those four same angles. Again, this will work as a modal verb, so we can easily add on full verbs to this. How would you say, I could do it? Podría hacerlo. Now, it's important to realize that we can actually translate this in two different ways. In English, we could either say, I could do it, or I would be able to do it. It's really the same thing, and Spanish will handle them in the same way, with this sound of podría. So I could do it, or I would be able to do it. Podría hacerlo. How would you say, I could tell him? Podría decirle. I could speak with them. Podría hablar con ellos. I could be there later. Podría estar allí más tarde. Taking this into the negative, it would become no podría. Now, I don't want you to think about this as I couldn't. Doing that is just going to cause confusion later on. Instead, I want you to look at this as I wouldn't be able to. So, I wouldn't be able to. No podría. I wouldn't be able to do it. No podría hacerlo. I wouldn't be able to wait for you. No podría esperarte. Here we have all the angles on one slide. Here we have our main sound, podría, for I could and he, she, it could. Then the sound will go to podrías, for you could, podríamos, we could, and podrían, they could. So it's really just four sounds. You can pause the video and spend a little bit of time getting comfortable with these angles. Then we'll try out some sentences. How would you say he could take it? Podría tomarlo. They could do it later. Podrían hacerlo más tarde. You could tell her. Podrías decirle. To say what happened would be ¿Qué pasó? Don't worry about understanding how this works right now. Let's just take it as a phrase that we can use. ¿Qué pasó? You might also hear lo que pasó, which is more common when used in sentences. Either or works totally fine. So now try to say, you could tell her what happened. Podrías decirle lo que pasó. I could work tomorrow. Podría trabajar mañana. We could travel next month. Podríamos viajar el próximo mes. She wouldn't be able to go out tomorrow. No podría salir mañana. You could use my phone. Podrías usar mi teléfono. They wouldn't be able to do it now. No podrían hacerlo ahora. The verb to come is venir. Venir. I could come tomorrow. Podría venir mañana. He wouldn't be able to come next week. No podría venir la próxima semana. I could call you later tonight. Podría llamarte más tarde esta noche. We could visit your family. Podríamos visitar a tu familia. Could you help us to prepare everything? ¿Podrías ayudarnos a preparar todo? This probably caught some of you out. When you have the verb ayudar followed by another verb, this will appear after ayudar. It probably seems out of place, but this is a grammatical rule in Spanish, so we have to include it. I think that he could sell it. Creo que podría venderlo. Could you tell me what happened? ¿Podrías decirme qué pasó? I could finish it for tomorrow. Podría terminarlo para mañana. In this lesson, we're going to look at how to say would like to. First of all, how do you say I like or I like it? Me gusta. So we have the pronoun me, then gusta. So literally what we're saying is, to me, it is pleasing. Now, if we take this phrase, me gusta, and extend this to me gustaría, now what this means is, to me, it would be pleasing. So this ría that we've tagged on is representing would. So, me gusta, I like, but me gustaría, I would like. And this will still work as a modal verb. So, to say I would like to do it would be me gustaría hacerlo. Here are all the angles on one slide. This is very easy. Just like before how we had me gusta, te gusta, le gusta, and so on, we have the exact same structure. The only difference is that we are now tagging on this ría sound. And just like before, to get the angle that we want, all we need to do is change the pronoun at the front. So we have me gustaría, te gustaría, le gustaría, nos gustaría, les gustaría. Let's do some practice. How would you say, I would like to be here? Me gustaría estar aquí. I would like to eat pizza. Me gustaría comer pizza. I would like to see it. Me gustaría verlo. He would like to do it. Le gustaría hacerlo. I think she would like to go there. Creo que le gustaría ir allí. They would like to travel soon. Les gustaría viajar pronto. Would you like to see it with me? ¿Te gustaría verlo conmigo? We would like to have dinner together. Nos gustaría cenar juntos. I wouldn't like eating it. No me gustaría comerlo. He wouldn't like traveling. No le gustaría viajar. If possible, I would like to finish it today. Si es posible, me gustaría terminarlo hoy. Would you like to go there next month? ¿Te gustaría ir allí el próximo mes? We would like to learn more Spanish. Nos gustaría aprender más español. They would like to study at home. Les gustaría estudiar en casa. I would like to visit them this weekend. Me gustaría visitarlos este fin de semana. She would like to drink something. Le gustaría beber algo. They wouldn't like swimming in the sea. No les gustaría nadar en el mar. We would like living here. Nos gustaría vivir aquí. I would like to go with you, but I can't today. Me gustaría ir contigo, pero no puedo hoy. Welcome to this video on irregular verbs. I'm going to give you the top 10 irregular verbs in Spanish. Now, what do I mean by an irregular verb? Well, verbs in Spanish can either be regular or irregular, depending on how it conjugates. Regular verbs follow a set pattern, meaning that they are predictable. We already know how they are going to conjugate. Once you know and have learned the pattern, you can conjugate any regular verb. We already learned how to conjugate regular verbs back in phase 2, where we built this small chart showing how to conjugate into each angle. So we remove the verb ending and add on these endings to get the angle that we want. All regular verbs will follow this pattern. So if you're comfortable with conjugating even one regular AR verb, then you'll have no problem conjugating any other regular AR verb. And of course, the same goes for ER and IR verbs. Now what we're going to look at are irregular verbs. Just as the name implies, they don't follow a set pattern. They go their own way and follow their own rules. What this means is that we have to put in the time and effort to learn them. Now, the good news is that the majority of verbs in Spanish are regular. However, the top 10 most common verbs in Spanish are all irregular. Even though it might not seem like it, this is actually a positive. Since they are so common, you're going to hear these verbs come up all the time in everyday conversation. And of course, you're also going to need to use them a lot. In other words, the language will force you to learn these. There's no other way around it. You have to master them in order to become conversationally fluent in Spanish. Here are the top 10 irregular verbs in Spanish that I want us to focus on in this course. We have ser, estar, tener, querer, poder, hacer, decir, saber, ir, and ver. Now, maybe without even realizing it, we've actually covered half of these verbs. Estar, tener, querer, poder, ir. We are already familiar with these verbs and their conjugations, so that just leaves the remaining 5. Ser, hacer, decir, saber, and ver. We've touched on some of these verbs a little, like ser and saber, or at the very least, we have used the verb in its infinitive form. I've prepared a chart for you with all the conjugations. Here you can see it on this slide. So as mentioned before, a lot of these sounds will feel familiar as we've already covered some of these verbs, such as with our power verbs, tener, querer, poder. So, tengo, tienes, tiene. Quiero, quieres, quiere. Puedo, puedes, puede. Up here for our two verbs for to be, ser and estar. On the ser side, we've already covered soy and es. Then for estar, we've learned all of these sounds from our lesson on the present progressive, where we had matchups like lo estoy haciendo, I'm doing it, or está comiendo, she is eaten. Then along this line down here, we have the verb ir, to go, and its conjugations. So these are the sounds that we've been using to easily express the future by adding a onto any of these conjugations. So we get sounds like voy a, pasa, vamos a, I'm going to, you're going to, he, sure, it is going to, and so on. But if we take off the a, then we're left with the conjugation on its own. So for example, voy would mean I go. So all of this we've covered. And also this. So your focus when learning these irregular verbs is mainly going to be on these remaining verbs. Ser, to be. Hacer, to do or to make. Decir, to say or to tell. Saber, to know. And ver, to see. So here's what I want you to do. I've linked the chart below as a PDF. I want you to download this chart, print it off if you can, or keep it as a copy on your phone or laptop. And I want you to take a little bit of time each day to study the chart, whether that's at home, on the bus, whenever you're able to. We have to stay committed, because again, these irregular verbs are the most common verbs in Spanish, so it's important that we get comfortable with them. As you study it, I want you to look out for patterns that we can hold on to help you remember them. Like how for the angle of we, you can see how it always ends in this key mos sound. Also, notice how the verb ver, to see, actually behaves very regular. Ves, ve, vemos, ven. It's just the angle of I which is irregular. Veo. So again, I want you to keep this chart with you and study it a little each day until you're comfortable with these sounds. Don't let this stop you from continuing with the course. I want you to keep going while practicing these irregular verbs in the background. Up next, I have an irregular verb drill. Feel free to spend some time studying the chart before you do this. But even if you're not fully comfortable with all of the sounds yet, you still have the green light from me to try it out. In these early stages, if you come across an angle or conjugation that you're not familiar with, you can use the chart as a reference to help you get the answer. Doing this will help you to recall it more easily next time without needing to look back at the chart. Also, I don't want you to just do this drill once and forget about it. I want you to revisit the drill from time to time to make sure that it's all sticking in your head and so that you can test yourself. You'll find that this all gets a lot easier with time and practice, so don't worry if it still feels like a lot at the moment, it does get easier. The drill will consist of 100 sentences. These will be relatively short and simple, as the main purpose of this is to really get these irregular verbs down. Then from there, we can start expanding out into bigger sentences. Let's go through the verbs and their conjugations to finish off the video. Ser, soy, eres, es, somos, son. Estar, estoy, estás, está, estamos, están. Tener, tengo, tienes, tiene, Tenemos, tienen. Querer, quiero, quieres, quiere, queremos, quieren. Poder, puedo, puedes, puede, podemos, pueden. Hacer, hago, haces, hace, hacemos, hacen. Decir, digo, dices, dice, decimos, dicen. Saber, sé, sabes, sabe, sabemos, saben. Ir, voy, vas, va, vamos, van. Ver, veo, ves, ve, vemos, ven. Irregular verbs jumbo drill. I'm at home. Estoy en casa. He has it. Lo tiene. They don't make it here. No lo hacen aquí. He does it sometimes. Lo hace a veces. I'm a student. Soy estudiante. She says that she wants to eat here. Dice que quiere comer aquí. I have an idea. Tengo una idea. He is ill. Está enfermo. We do it together. Lo hacemos juntos. You are very kind. Eres muy amable. I know the answer. Sé la respuesta. You say interesting things. Dices cosas interesantes. We don't tell him. No le decimos. Do you know who he is? ¿Sabes quién es? She's in the store. Ella está en la tienda. They don't know how to get here. No saben cómo llegar aquí. We have to call them. Tenemos que llamarles. What time are you going? ¿A qué hora vas? She doesn't know. No sabe. He's a doctor. Es doctor. He's going to work today. Va a trabajar hoy. I want to rest a little. Quiero descansar un poco. We go every Tuesday. Vamos todos los martes. Can you come tomorrow morning? ¿Puedes venir mañana en la mañana? They are my sisters. Son mis hermanas. I always tell the truth. Siempre digo la verdad. She sees her family today. Ve a su familia hoy. Are you busy? ¿Estás ocupado? Do you want to go out today? ¿Quieres salir hoy? They say that they are hungry. Dicen que tienen hambre. We don't have time. No tenemos tiempo. We can finish it for next week. Podemos terminarlo para la próxima semana. I'm going to swim. Voy a nadar. I'm from Spain. Soy de España. They can come too. Pueden venir también. Do you know where it is? ¿Sabes dónde está? They always go to the beach. Siempre van a la playa. They are very well. Están muy bien. We want to have dinner now. Queremos cenar ahora. I don't have it. No lo tengo. He can work today. Él puede trabajar hoy. Does she have to be here? Tiene que estar aquí. They have a big house. Tienen una casa grande. Are you going to the party tonight? ¿Vas a la fiesta de esta noche? She wants to travel next year. Quiere viajar el próximo año. They normally do it. Normalmente lo hacen. I can't go tomorrow. No puedo ir mañana. Do you see the elephant? ¿Ves el elefante? We are in class. Estamos en clase. We are very happy here. Somos muy felices aquí. I do it every day. Lo hago todos los días. We see her all the time. La vemos todo el tiempo. You have 2 dogs, right? Tienes 2 perros, ¿verdad? Do you see it? ¿Lo ves? We are ready. Estamos listos. When do you do it? ¿Cuándo lo haces? I see it. Lo veo. We don't want to buy it. No queremos comprarlo. Do they see the problem? ¿Ven el problema? You're here early. Estás aquí temprano. We are family. Somos familia. They don't see us. No nos ven. I say it all the time. Lo digo todo el tiempo. When can they see me? ¿Cuándo pueden verme? I don't do it like that. No lo hago así. We don't know the address. No sabemos la dirección. Why don't you tell me? ¿Por qué no me dices? He doesn't see them. No las ves. She does the same thing. Hace lo mismo. You can use my phone. Puedes usar mi teléfono. It's not possible today. No es posible hoy. They're going to have dinner now. Van a cenar ahora. We aren't going to say it again. No vamos a decirlo otra vez. She can't wait for us. No puede esperarnos. Why don't they have it? ¿Por qué no lo tienen? I see my friend. Veo a mi amigo. Are you from Mexico? ¿Eres de México? She makes a list. Hace una lista. Do you want to walk with me? ¿Quieres caminar conmigo? He always knows what to say. Siempre sabe qué decir. They already know the truth. Ya saben la verdad. We know what to do now. Sabemos qué hacer ahora. You have to study today. Tienes que estudiar hoy. They aren't here. No están aquí. I can call you tonight. Puedo llamarte esta noche. He doesn't want it. No lo quiere. We say the same thing. Decimos lo mismo. I don't know how to do it. No sé cómo hacerlo. They want to speak with you. Quieren hablar contigo. I want to do it myself. Quiero hacerlo yo mismo or yo misma. They're quite intelligent. Son bastante inteligentes. I'm a little tired today. Estoy un poco cansado or cansada hoy. You do it a lot. Lo haces mucho. He says that he doesn't like it. Dice que no le gusta. We can clean the house today. Podemos limpiar la casa hoy. They never say it. Nunca lo dicen. I'm going to the park. Voy al parque. She normally goes to the shop afterwards. Normalmente va a la tienda después. They want to know what happened. Quieren saber lo que pasó. We do it every day. Lo hacemos todos los días. Before we reach the end of phase 3 here, I want to teach you how to say would. So examples would be, I would help, I would go, I would buy it, and so on. So we are combining the word would with a verb. This is what is known as the conditional tense. The key sound for this in Spanish is ría. We're simply going to tag on this sound to any verb to form the conditional tense. Let's take the verb hablar, to speak, as an example. So taking this into the conditional tense, it would become hablaría. Really, we are just adding on this ia sound, but when speaking, the sound gets joined up with the r. So we get this ría sound, hablaría. We have covered 4 angles with this one sound. This will stand for I would speak, he would speak, she would speak, and it would speak. So all of that is expressed with the main sound that we formed here. So this ría sound is representing would. Now, as usual, the angle that you mean is normally quite obvious depending on the conversation and context. But if it's not, then you can clarify, which is done by throwing in the personal pronoun up front. So, yo hablaría, I would speak. Él hablaría, he would speak. Ella hablaría, she would speak. From here, getting the rest of the angles is very easy. It would be hablaría, hablarías, hablaría, hablaríamos, hablarían. So this is I would speak, you would speak, he, she, or it would speak, we would speak, and they would speak. So really it's just the initial main sound that we want to form, because this key sound represents 2 angles, I would speak and he, she, or it would speak. Then to get the other angles, all we need to do is tag on these letters. So S for you, mos for we, and N for they. So this all works very similar to what we are already used to with the present tense. So this should feel quite easy. And the good news is that this works the same for all verbs. It doesn't matter if it's an AR, ER, or IR verb. We're simply going to conjugate the verb into this ría sound. So, for example, let's take the verb comer, to eat. What would it go to for the conditional? Comería. What about the verb to live? Vivir. Viviría. Let's keep going and try this out for other verbs. Beber. Bebería. Tomar. Tomaría. Ser. Sería. Llegar. Llegaría. Bailar. Bailaría. Trabajar. Trabajaría. Aprender. Aprendería. Vender. Vendería. Ayudar. ayudaría, ir, iría, comprar, compraría, usar, usaría, decidir, decidiría, estudiar, estudiaría. Let's do some short sentence practice. If it's your first time going through this, then I recommend pausing the video and giving yourself the time you need to conjugate the verb into this conditional tense, and then into the angle that you need. How would you say, I would speak with him? Hablaría con él. I would dance. Bailaría. I wouldn't dance. No bailaría. I would study it. Lo estudiaría. He would go. Iría. He would help you. Te ayudaría. They would clean it. Lo limpiarían. She wouldn't eat it. Ella no lo comería. They wouldn't take it. No lo tomarían. Would you prepare it? ¿Lo prepararías? We would call you. Te llamaríamos. They wouldn't sell it. No lo venderían. Would you take it? ¿Lo tomarías? I would work a lot. Yo trabajaría mucho. They would receive it tomorrow. Lo recibirían mañana. We would see it. Lo veríamos. I wouldn't buy it. No lo compraría. I would wait for you. Te esperaría. You would listen to me, right? Me escucharías, ¿verdad? She would walk every day. Caminaría todos los días. We would visit them. Los visitaríamos. It wouldn't be good. No sería bueno. Would you work on the weekend? ¿Trabajarías el fin de semana? He wouldn't arrive on time. Él no llegaría a tiempo. They would help us with everything. Nos ayudarían con todo. I would decide quickly. Decidiría rápidamente. Phase 3, Final Revision. Here's where we'll bring everything together that we've learned up until this point. Remember to take it easy. Don't be scared to use that pause button and really take the time to think out your answers. Here's the first sentence. I'm going to prepare the dinner. Voy a preparar la cena. He could visit us next week. Podría visitarnos la próxima semana. She's thirsty, so she's going to buy a drink. Tiene sed, así que va a comprar una bebida. I have to finish this today. Tengo que terminar esto hoy. Do you want to travel with me? ¿Quieres viajar conmigo? We should clean the house. Deberíamos limpiar la casa. I don't like it that way. No me gusta así. Would she use it? ¿Lo usaría ella? They want to walk a little. Quieren caminar un poco. He studies in the afternoon. Estudia por la tarde. You should receive it soon. Deberías recibirlo pronto. I'm doing it now. Lo estoy haciendo ahora. We don't know where it is. No sabemos dónde está. I visit her every Wednesday. La visito todos los miércoles. He doesn't like swimming. No le gusta nadar. They would like to see it first. Les gustaría verlo primero. We have to call them now. Tenemos que llamarles ahora. She tells me the same thing. Me dice lo mismo. They are walking to the restaurant. Están caminando al restaurante. I'm going to ask in the morning. Voy a preguntar en la mañana. Do you work with them? ¿Trabajas con ellos? I would eat it, but I'm full. Lo comería, pero estoy lleno, or estoy llena. He shouldn't sell his car. He needs it for work. No debería vender su coche. Lo necesita para el trabajo. We should wait for her here. Deberíamos esperarla aquí. I could take it if you want. Podría tomarlo si quieres. They work in the afternoon. Trabajan por la tarde. She would like having dinner there. Le gustaría cenar allí. Do you want to rest tonight? ¿Quieres descansar esta noche? It's important, so you should speak with him. Es importante, así que deberías hablar con él. They are studying for the exam. Están estudiando para el examen. You sell a lot here. Vendes mucho aquí. Where do you buy it? ¿Dónde lo compras? I don't see it. No lo veo. We like to go out on Fridays. Nos gusta salir los viernes. Why can't they do it today? ¿Por qué no pueden hacerlo hoy? We wouldn't arrive on time. No llegaríamos a tiempo. I don't know why she doesn't use it anymore. No sé por qué no lo usa más. She's speaking with her mum. Está hablando con su madre. I go to the store on Mondays. Voy a la tienda los lunes. He never visits us. Nunca nos visita. She wants to do it at 7. Quiere hacerlo a las 7. Do you know how to get here? ¿Sabes cómo llegar aquí? They wouldn't help us. No nos ayudarían. I would buy it, but it's too expensive. Lo compraría, pero es demasiado caro. I want to order it, but they don't have it. Quiero pedirlo, pero no lo tienen. We should tell her the truth. Deberíamos decirle la verdad. He's going to call his brother. Va a llamar a su hermano. They can have dinner with us tonight. Pueden cenar con nosotros esta noche. She swims every day. Ella nada todos los días. Why don't you like to dance? ¿Por qué no te gusta bailar? We go to the park on Sundays. Vamos al parque los domingos. I always wait for him. Siempre lo espero. They could come here. Podrían venir aquí. She said she's going to drink something because she's very hot. Dijo que va a beber algo porque tiene mucho calor. I'm going to visit my grandparents this weekend. Voy a visitar a mis abuelos este fin de semana. Do you see them? ¿Las ves? Does he know the address? ¿Sabe la dirección? I like to drink coffee in the morning. Me gusta tomar café por la mañana. Who needs it? ¿Quién lo necesita? I wouldn't like to travel alone. No me gustaría viajar solo or sola. We do it every day. Lo hacemos Todos los días. She doesn't know when they're going to call. No sabe cuándo van a llamar. He should come to the party. It would be good for him. Debería venir a la fiesta. Sería bueno para él. They don't do it here. No lo hacen aquí. I'm busy at the moment, but I'm going to do it after making dinner. Estoy ocupado or ocupada en este momento, pero voy a hacerlo después de hacer la cena. They prepare it very well. Lo preparan muy bien. I'm calling Maria. Estoy llamando a María. We normally have dinner at 5. Normalmente cenamos a las 5. I take the bus. Tomo el autobús. We live here. Vivimos aquí. I wouldn't eat it because I don't like it. No lo comería porque no me gusta. You would learn quickly. Aprenderías rápidamente. I don't normally arrive early. Normalmente no llego temprano. She does it sometimes. Lo hace a veces. I'm speaking with them right now. Estoy hablando con ellos en este momento. I'm very hungry, so I want to eat something now. Tengo mucha hambre, así que quiero comer algo ahora. In this lesson, we're going to break down two very common little words in Spanish, por and para. Both words can be translated as for, but they're used in different situations. As you'll see throughout this video, their use isn't limited to just translating as for. They also have many other uses. You don't have to worry about this one being overcomplicated. It's actually quite simple. Let's take a look at each one. So let's start with para, as we're already quite familiar with this one. Think of para as pointing forward. There's some kind of purpose, destination, or goal. Let's look at the main uses for when this word actually comes into play. Now, the first use with this is whenever we have this idea of in order to. A simple example would be, I study to learn. Now, equally, we could also say, I study in order to learn. This is where Spanish will use para. So it would be, estudio para aprender. Another example would be, I'm going to go there to speak with him. Again, this could also be, I'm going there in order to speak with him. So it translates as, voy a ir allí para hablar con él. So even though the actual words in order to isn't included in our English translation here, the fact that it's implied here means that we have to include it in our Spanish. So this is where we'll pop in the word para. I'm going there to speak with him, or I'm going there in order to speak with him. Voy a ir allí para hablar con él. The second main use with para is when there's this idea of something being given or something being received. A simple example of this would be, it is for me. Es para mí. So in our heads, we're picturing that this thing, whatever it is for me. As in, I'm the one that's to receive it. Es para mí. Let's run through a couple more examples. This is for you. Esto es para ti. The gift is for her. El regalo es para ella. I'm going to buy it for him. Voy a comprarlo para él. The third use that we have with para is for deadlines. So, I need it for tomorrow. In Spanish, you would say, lo necesito para mañana. In English, we might also say, I need it by tomorrow. Spanish will treat this in the exact same way. So again, it's going to be, lo necesito para mañana. Here's a few more examples. Could you prepare it for tomorrow? ¿Podrías prepararlo para mañana? I have to finish this for today. Tengo que terminar esto para hoy. We should receive it by next week. Deberíamos recibirlo para la próxima semana. So there's the key uses for para. Now let's shift our attention over to por, as we haven't really looked at this word yet. Again, we'll run through the main uses one by one. Probably the most important idea that we have with por is for when there's a reason or a cause for something. As always, this will make a lot more sense once you see the examples. I'm tired because of the work. In other words, the reason that I'm tired is because of the work. So, this small little phrase, because of, is what we would commonly use in English to convey the reason for something. This is where Spanish will typically use the word por. So, it would be, estoy cansado por el trabajo. So, breaking it down, I'm tired because of the work. Estoy cansado por el trabajo. Here's another one. I don't see it because of the building. No lo veo por el edificio. This would be, I don't see it because of the building. The second scenario for when you'll use por is when there's some sort of exchange going on. So in a daily setting, you'll find yourself using this when talking about the purchase of something with money. An example would be, I need to pay for the food. Necesito pagar por la comida. Here we have the verb to pay, pagar. He's going to sell the shirts for €5 each. So you can feel this strong sense of exchange. In exchange for €5, he's going to get the shirt. In Spanish, this will translate as, va a vender las camisas por €5 cada uno. Cada is the word for each. So literally, each, one, cada una. The next big use with por is for durations of time. This is a very simple one. Examples would be, we talk for 20 minutes. Hablamos por 20 minutos. They're going to be here for 2 hours. Van a estar aquí por 2 horas. I'm going to study for 3 hours. Voy a estudiar por 3 horas. Por will also come into play when we have this idea of substitution. An example would be, can you go to the shop for me? So what we're asking here is, instead of me, can you go to the shop? Right, I'm asking if you can go to the shop on my behalf to get something for me. So there's a substitution that is taking place here. This is where Spanish will also use por. ¿Puedes ir a la tienda por mí? Here's a few more examples. I do it for her. Lo hago por ella. So with this, we're picturing something like, let's say, cleaning the car. So instead of her cleaning the car, I do it. I do it in place of her. They always do it for me. Siempre lo hacen por mí. So, in closing, these are the main uses that we have for these two little words, por and para. There are some more minor uses that we could dive into for these words, but to keep it simple for now, we've just covered the main uses in this video. Don't worry about feeling confident with using these words just yet. This was mainly a quick introduction to this topic of por versus para. We'll see these words pop up through phase 4. So this is really where we're going to strengthen and deepen our understanding of por versus para. Okay, I'll see you in the next lesson. The real focus of phase 4 is all about the past. In this lesson, we're going to look at how to form and use the simple past. Now, the more grammatical name for this in Spanish is the preterite. This is the tense used in Spanish to talk about actions and things that happened in the past. So, examples would be I danced, I did it, she bought it, I lived in Mexico. So here we have the verb to live conjugated into the past for I lived. Right, so what we need to do is conjugate the verb into the simple past. Let's look at how we form it in Spanish for regular verbs. Let's begin with AR verbs. Here's the verb tomar, which is to take. Let's use this as our example verb. So of course, this is the verb in its full form, the infinitive. So as always, this is our starting point. And we're going to focus on the verb ending, this AR. And we have 5 angles that we can conjugate into. So the first one would be I took. The sound goes to tomé. So we are removing that AR ending and adding on this E with an accent. Tomé. You took is tomaste. You can see the stress coming more up front. Tomaste. He, she, or it took is tomó. So now we have an O with an accent. Tomó. The angle of we took is tomamos. Some of you might have realized that this is actually the same conjugation for we in the present tense. They have the same conjugation. So this could mean we take or we took. It's the exact same conjugation. Lastly, we have they took. The sound goes to tomaron, tomaron. Here you can see all 5 angles on one slide. Tomé, tomaste, tomó, tomamos, tomaron. So this is what the simple past looks like for a regular AR verb. Now let's look at an ER verb. Comer is the verb to eat. Let's run through the angles. I ate, comí. Again, the stress is on the end of the word, comí. You ate, comiste. It's a very distinct sound, comiste. He, she, or it ate, comió. This I-O makes this yo sound, comió. We ate, comimos, comimos. They ate, comieron. Running down the line, conjugating comer into the simple past, we have comí, comiste, comió, comimos, comieron. So these are the sounds that we can go into for an ER verb. Now I have some very good news for you. IR verbs will behave in exactly the same way as ER verbs in this simple past. So if we were to conjugate the verb beber down the line, we'll follow that exact same pattern. So it would be bebí, bebiste, bebió, bebimos, bebieron. So this would mean I lived, you lived, he, she, or it lived, we lived, and they lived. Here you can see this table with the conjugations for the simple past. You can see that we have this column for AR verbs, then we have just one other column for ER and IR verbs. In the simple past, they share the same conjugations. We treat them in the same way. So these are all the sounds that we have to get familiar with. So AR verbs will go to these sounds here. Aste, o, amos, aron. But if the verb doesn't end in AR, meaning that it's an ER or an IR verb, then we'll switch over to these sounds here. Iste, yo, imos, ieron. So you can see between the angles, they all share a very similar sound. Aste, iste, amos, imos, aron, ieron. So this makes it a lot easier to recognize and pick up these sounds for the simple past. Feel free to pause the video here and take a moment to really take in this slide, as this is everything that you need for the simple past, at least when it comes to regular verbs. As you can imagine, irregular verbs will behave slightly different, but for the most part, they'll have these key sounds here. So the most important thing for us right now is to get comfortable with these sounds. Let's now run a short drill. I want you to conjugate into the angle that appears on the screen, and I'll give you the verb to help you out here. How would you say, I spoke? Hablé. You worked. Trabajaste. He studied. Estudió. We danced. Bailamos. They visited. Visitaron. I waited. Esperé. You prepared. Preparaste. She called. Llamó. We cleaned. Limpiamos. They helped. Ayudaron. I drank. Bebí. You ate. Comiste. He lived. Vivió. We sold. Vendimos. They received. Recibieron. I took. Tomé. You learned. Aprendiste. She decided. Decidió. We lived. Vivimos. They saw. Vieron. I traveled. Viajé. You used. Usaste. He sang. Cantó. We swam. Nadamos. They arrived. Llegaron. I rested. Descansé. You asked. Preguntaste. She spoke. Habló. We had dinner. Cenamos. They worked. Trabajaron. Now let's try working with some short sentences. How might you say, I studied in the morning? Estudié por la mañana. You worked a lot yesterday. The word for yesterday is ayer. Trabajaste mucho ayer. She prepared the food. Preparó la comida. I bought it. Lo compré. I waited for an hour. Esperé una hora. We called him. Le llamamos. Did you use the phone? ¿Usaste el teléfono? They danced at the party. Bailaron en la fiesta. I lived in Madrid for 2 years. Viví en Madrid por 2 años. You ate very fast. Comiste muy rápido. I spoke with her. Hablé con ella. So the sound for I spoke is hablé. Now, in English, the negative of I spoke would be I didn't speak. It's quite an odd jump that we have in English here because the word spoke has completely disappeared, but luckily Spanish handles this in a much more reasonable way. We'll simply add no up front as usual, so it becomes no hablé. I didn't speak. So how would you say I didn't speak with her? No hablé con ella. We sold it. Lo vendimos. We didn't sell it. No lo vendimos. He drank water. Bebió agua. They visited their grandmother. Visitaron a su abuela. I learned a lot. Aprendí mucho. Did you help your friend? ¿Ayudaste a tu amigo? We decided not to go. Decidimos no salir. She cleaned the house. Limpió la casa. He arrived late. Llegó tarde. We had dinner with them yesterday. Cenamos con ellos ayer. They traveled to Spain. Viajaron a España. She ate everything. Ella comió todo. They didn't help me. No me ayudaron. I drank a coffee. Tomé un café. They didn't receive the message. In Spanish, the message is el mensaje. No recibieron el mensaje. You prepared it very well. Lo preparaste muy bien. They spoke with me this morning. Hablaron conmigo esta mañana. I walked with my dad. Caminé con mi padre. Welcome to this video on irregular verbs in the past. Before, when we looked at irregular verbs, we created this chart showing the top 10 most common verbs in Spanish alongside their conjugations. So these are all irregular verbs. This is the chart we studied, and I hope that you've still been studying up until this point, showing the present tense conjugations for these irregular verbs. Now what we want to do is take these irregular verbs into the past. So transforming all of this into the simple past, the chart becomes like this. You can see that the identity of the verb is very much still there in most cases, but the sounds are very different. Now, I just want to say that, yes, this is a lot of new information. Most of these sounds will probably feel very new to you, but again, these are the top 10 irregular verbs in Spanish, so I don't want you to shy away from them. Quite the opposite. I want you to study these sounds and become familiar with them. I don't expect you to become confident with using these verbs in the past at this stage. There's a lot of nuances and inner workings that need to be fleshed out here, but just like with the other chart, I want you to print this out and study it a little each day. Become familiar with the sounds and patterns that we have here. I'll help you get started with that. So the first thing that I want to point out is that ser and ir have the same set of conjugations. Spanish looks at these verbs as the same in the past, so once you've learned one, then you've learned the other. In terms of patterns, these are all about what we can hold on to more easily help us remember these sounds. So here with poder, we have pude, pudiste, pudo, pudimos, pudieron. So we're always starting with pu. Same goes for estar. Estuve, estuviste, estuvo, estuvimos, estuvieron. And also, you can see that the endings are still very identical for the sounds that we have with the simple past in general. Even down here with bear. This actually behaves very regular in the simple past. Vi, viste, vio, vimos, vieron. In terms of the meanings that we are getting with this simple past, well, ser is the verb to be. So fui would be I went or I was. Estar is also the verb to be. So we get this same translation into English here, I was. So this is going to bring us back into that topic of ser versus estar and deciding which one to go for. Well, I can tell you that the choice isn't any different compared to when we practiced it in the present tense. Don't let the fact that it's in the past throw you off. We're going to handle them in that same way. Tener, to have. Tuve, I had. Poder, to be able to. Pude, I was able to. Hacer, to do or to make. Hice, I did or I made. Decir, to say or to tell. Dije, I said or I told. Saber, to know. This is an interesting one as I suppose supe would be I knew, but in reality, it more has the meaning of I found out. The reason for this will become more clear as we continue through this module. Then we have ir, to go. Fui, I went. Ver, to see. Vi, I saw. Now, just as I said before, I want you to print off this chart and keep it with you. I don't want you to feel like you have to master these in order to continue with the course. Keep the chart with you, and anytime you come across one of these irregular verbs and you don't know the answer, refer back to this chart to help you. Over time, you'll find yourself having to use it less and less. While we are in this video, I thought I'd include a drill on these irregular verbs to help you study them. You can try this out now if you want, but either way, you'll probably find yourself doing this same drill a few more times down the line to see how you're progressing with these irregular verbs. For the drill, we'll include all 10 irregular verbs, and each of the 5 angles in a random order. Let's get started. What is I said? Dije. They went. Fueron. You were. Estuviste. We did. Hicimos. He had. Tuvo. I wanted. Quise. You were able to. Pudiste. She found out. Supo. We were. Fuimos. They said. Dijeron. I saw. Vi. You had. Tuviste. He was able to. Pudo. We found out. Supimos. They did. Hicieron. I went. Fui. You wanted. Quisiste. She was. Estuvo. We saw. Vimos. They were. Fueron. I was. Estuve. You said. Dijiste. He wanted. Quiso. We had. Tuvimos. They found out. Supieron. I had. Tuve. You found out. Supiste. She went. Fue. We said. Dijimos. They wanted. Quisieron. I was able to. Pude. You were. Fuiste. He saw. Vio. We could. Pudimos. They were. Estuvieron. I did. Hice. You saw. Viste. She had. Tuvo. We were. Estuvimos. They saw. Vieron. I found out. Supe. You did. Hiciste. He said. Dijo. We wanted. Quisimos. They were able to. Pudieron. I was. Fui. You found out. Supiste. She did. Hizo. We went. Fuimos. They had. Tuvieron. The simple past jumbo drill. I studied a lot yesterday. Estudié mucho ayer. She didn't eat anything. No comió nada. We spoke with him. Hablamos con él. Did you go to the party? ¿Fuiste a la fiesta? They didn't see me. No me vieron. He helped his brother. Ayudó a su hermano. I didn't wait for them. No los esperé. Did you use the computer? ¿Usaste la computadora? We lived in Mexico for 2 years. Vivimos en México por 2 años. They danced last night. Bailaron anoche. She went to the supermarket. Fue al supermercado. I called her. Le llamé. Did you say that? ¿Dijiste eso? I bought it for her. Lo compré para ella. We sold the car. Vendimos el coche. They made the dinner. Hicieron la cena. I didn't ask him. No le pregunté. She arrived on time. Llegó a tiempo. I drank coffee this morning. Bebí café esta mañana. Did you learn something new? ¿Aprendiste algo nuevo? We listened to music. Escuchamos música. She prepared it very well. Lo preparó muy bien. Taking a quick pause from the video, I just want to give this one very useful word that pairs well with the past tense. And that's the word for already. In Spanish, it's simply ya. And you'll usually see this word come up front. Okay, let's continue with the drill. And the next sentence will have this word, so pause and think it out. I already did it. Ya lo hice. He spoke with me. Él habló conmigo. We had it. Lo tuvimos. Did you call them? ¿Les llamaste? I worked here for 4 years. Trabajé aquí por 4 años. She visited her parents. Visitó a sus padres. They left at 6. Salieron a las 6. She didn't want to go. No quiso ir. I helped my friend. Ayudé a mi amigo. Did you study Spanish? ¿Estudiaste español? We went to the cinema. Fuimos al cine. I didn't walk today. No caminé hoy. Yes, I finished it on time. Sí, lo terminé a tiempo. We had dinner together. Cenamos juntos. I saw her yesterday. La vi ayer. I already paid it. Ya lo pagué. They decided not to do it. Decidieron no hacerlo. He worked all day. Trabajó todo el día. She said that it wasn't possible. Dijo que no fue posible. Did you clean your room? ¿Limpiaste tu habitación? I didn't see it. No lo vi. We took the bus. Tomamos el autobús. She sang very well. Cantó muy bien. They told me last night. Me dijeron anoche. Did you tell the truth? ¿Dijiste la verdad? We ate everything. Comimos todo. I was here. Estuve aquí. They didn't study. No estudiaron. Did you live here? ¿Viviste aquí? He used it. Lo usó. Did you see them at the party? ¿Las viste en la fiesta? I was able to do it in the end. Pude hacerlo al final. She didn't do it. No lo hizo. He said that he paid €5 for the shirt. Dijo que pagó €5 por la camisa. Were you able to sell it? ¿Pudiste venderlo? I didn't want to rest. No quise descansar. He didn't have it. No lo tuvo. I had to do it. Tuve que hacerlo. They cleaned everything. Limpiaron todo. The key was on the table. Did you take it? La llave estuvo en la mesa. ¿La tomaste? We didn't swim because of the weather. No nadamos por el clima. In this next video, I'm going to teach you how to use the past progressive in Spanish. This is going to be very easy because you already know the structure and even the sounds to form this tense. First, let's rewind a little and take a look at how we use the present progressive. So we're always on the side of Estar. So in the present, we're always using these 5 different sounds here. Estoy, estás, está, estamos, están. Then we are simply combining this with the progressive form of a verb, which is where we are taking the verb into this ando or yendo sound, which is basically representing ing like we have in English. So for example, to say I'm talking is estoy hablando. So we have estoy for I am. Then we have hablar going to hablando for speaking. So this is the structure for the present progressive. Now what we want to do is switch into the past progressive. Again, this is very easy. Let's go back to this slide here showing the present progressive. So to make the switch into the past progressive, the sounds on the left are going to become estaba, estabas, estaba, estábamos, estaban. Then we are combining these sounds with the progressive form of a verb, just like before. So this is the key sound for the past progressive that I want you to really keep a tight hold on. With this one sound, we are expressing 4 angles. This could mean I was, he was, she was, and it was. Then you can clearly see that from this key sound, we can easily jump into the other three angles. So we have estabas for you were, estábamos for we were, and estaban is they were. Then with whatever sound you use, we're simply going to combine this with that ing form of a verb. So for example, to say I was talking is estaba hablando. So here's the formula. Estaba with a verb in this ando or yendo sound. Let's try some more examples. How would you say I was dancing? Estaba bailando. I was studying. Estaba estudiando. I was eating. Estaba comiendo. What would be I wasn't eating? No estaba comiendo. So, estaba, I was, but no estaba, I wasn't. He was working. Estaba trabajando. She was helping. Estaba ayudando. To add on pronouns with the past progressive, so here we have I was doing it. Well, if you remember back to the present progressive, then you'll remember that we had two options for this. The two possibilities are lo estaba haciendo or estaba haciéndolo. So in Spanish, it can come up front or it can be hooked onto the end so that it comes with the verb. Either option is perfectly fine. So far in the course, we've mainly been going with this top option where the pronoun is coming at the start. So to keep things consistent, let's go with this option. How would you say I was buying it? Lo estaba comprando. I was eating it. Lo estaba comiendo. You were speaking with her. Estabas hablando con ella. We were drinking coffee. Estábamos tomando café. He was helping me. Me estaba ayudando. I was calling her. Le estaba llamando. They were working. Estaban trabajando. We were dancing. Estábamos bailando. Another use that we have with por is to mean along or through. So, for example, I was walking along the street. In Spanish, the street is la calle. Try to say it. Estaba caminando por la calle. He was speaking with me. Estaba hablando conmigo. They weren't helping. No estaban ayudando. She was arriving. Estaba llegando. He was watching TV. For TV or television, in Spanish, you can just say la tele. Also, for watching, Spanish would go with the verb to see, ver. Estaba viendo la tele. I was waiting for you. Te estaba esperando. I was learning a lot. Estaba aprendiendo mucho. We were preparing it. Lo estábamos preparando. He wasn't doing it. No lo estaba haciendo. Were you listening? ¿Estabas escuchando? I was given the book to him. Le estaba dando el libro. They were resting. Estaban descansando. She was using it. Lo estaba usando. You were speaking Spanish. Estabas hablando español. We were having dinner. Estábamos cenando. We were deciding what to do. Estábamos decidiendo qué hacer. I was doing something important. Estaba haciendo algo importante. We were walking through the park. Estábamos caminando por el parque. They were singing. Estaban cantando. She was waiting for me. Me estaba esperando. When storytelling, so talking about stuff that was going on and that happened in the past, typically you'll use multiple past tenses to better paint a picture as to how everything unfolded. So what this means is that very often we're going to be combining the simple past with the past progressive. So in this sentence we have, I was drinking coffee when she arrived. Here we're using both past tenses in one sentence. Here's the past progressive, I was drinking. Then we transition into the simple past with she arrived. I was drinking coffee when she arrived. This translates as Estaba tomando café cuando llegó. I was drinking coffee when she arrived. So our sentences become quite a bit more detailed and complex when combining tenses like this. It's important that we practice doing this, as this way of speaking is very common in everyday conversation. Try out some sentences on your own. I was studying when she called. Estaba estudiando cuando llamó. I was making the dinner when you called. Estaba haciendo la cena cuando llamaste. I was working when she told me. Estaba trabajando cuando me dijo. Another very useful word for connecting these types of sentences is while. In Spanish, the word is mientras. Mientras. How would you say, she called me while I was waiting? Me llamó mientras estaba esperando. They told me while we were having dinner. Me dijeron mientras estábamos cenando. You can see how complex these sentences can get, which is why you should always take your time with these and really take them block by block. It's natural for your Spanish to feel very slow at this stage. Over time, it will get faster and faster. You just need to make sure that you're pausing the video for these larger sentences and really breaking them down in your mind. So identifying that, yes, this is the simple past. Then here we have the past progressive. Let's try out a few more. I was waiting for my coffee when I saw you. Estaba esperando mi café cuando te vi. I was finishing it when you arrived. Lo estaba terminando cuando llegaste. They called me while I was swimming. Me llamaron mientras estaba nadando. I was living here when it happened. Estaba viviendo aquí cuando pasó. Here's one last sentence. We were walking along the street when we saw him. Estábamos caminando por la calle cuando lo vimos. Continuing with the past, we're now going to look at how to use the have past, or the more grammatical name would be the present perfect. But I just like calling it the have past because that tells us exactly what this is. So, exactly as it sounds. Examples would be I have done it. I have told him. I have bought it. So, we're using I have with the past form of a verb. So, just to clarify, this is not the simple past that we're going to form here. We need to get this sound of bought on its own. So, to do this, we're going to conjugate the verb to buy, comprar, into what is known as the past participle. The key sounds for this in Spanish are ado and ido. AR verbs go to ado, whereas ER and IR verbs will go to ido. So taking the verb comprar, this becomes comprado. So this is the sound for bought on its own. Comprado. Here we have an ER verb, comer, going to comido for the past participle. So it's a very nice and easy jump from the full verb into the past participle. Comprar, comprado. Comer, comido. Vivir, vivido. Let's do a little more practice getting this ado or ido sound. What would ayudar go to for the past participle? Ayudado. Preguntar. Preguntado. Hablar. Hablado. Vender. Vendido. Tomar. Tomado. Usar. Usado. Decidir. Decidido. Llamar. Llamado. So now that we know how to form the past participle, I suppose the next part would be how to handle I have with the have past. Now, this isn't going to be the verb tener, so we are not going to say tengo here when expressing the have past like we are here. We're actually going to lean on another verb, haber, which is also the verb to have, but it's what we'll always go with when using have with the past. Going down the line, the sounds that we have for this are has, a, hemos, an. So this means I have, you have, he, she, or it has, we have, and they have. So these 5 small sounds are what we're going to use to form the have past. So onto any of these sounds, we're simply going to add on the past participle of a verb. This is the 2-part formula. So for example, we could take the sound of and follow this with comprado. So it becomes he comprado. This means I have bought. He comprado. When adding on pronouns to this structure, we are going to put them up front. So our original example was I have bought it. So the it is going to come up front. Lo he comprado. So literally, it, I have bought. Lo he comprado. Before we jump into our drill, pause the video here and spend a little bit of time with these sounds to get familiar with them. Has, a, hemos, an. How would you say I have studied? He estudiado. I have known. He sabido. I have helped them. Los he ayudado. You have eaten it. Lo has comido. He has taken it. Lo ha tomado. I have paid it. Lo he pagado. What about? I haven't. No he. I haven't paid. No he pagado. I haven't paid it. No lo he pagado. We have sold it. Lo hemos vendido. They have prepared it. Lo han preparado. There are some very important irregular verbs that don't follow this same pattern for the past participle. The verb hacer is one of our top 10 irregular verbs in Spanish, and it also has an irregular sound for the past participle. The sound is hecho, so this would mean done or made, hecho. Decir becomes dicho, meaning said or told, dicho. Ver goes to visto for seen, visto. So keep an eye out for these irregular verbs. How would you say, I have seen it? Lo he visto. What about, I have already seen it? What do you think that would be? Ya lo he visto. So the word already is coming way up front. Ya lo he visto. I have done it. Lo he hecho. In everyday fast-speaking Spanish, you'll hear the sound here almost get joined up into one. Lo he hecho. I have already done it. Ya lo he hecho. I haven't done it. No lo he hecho. I have said it. Lo he dicho. I have told him. Le he dicho. He has finished it. Lo ha terminado. They have seen it. Lo han visto. They haven't used it. No lo hemos usado. The word for still or yet in Spanish is todavía. Todavía. You can hear this word come up the front or on the end of a sentence. Either is really fine. How would you say, we haven't used it yet? Todavía no lo hemos usado. Have you done it? ¿Lo has hecho? She hasn't called me. No me ha llamado. He has worked here before. Ha trabajado aquí antes. We have eaten everything. Hemos comido todo. I have asked him. Le he preguntado. They haven't cleaned the table. No han limpiado la mesa. She has traveled a lot. Ha viajado mucho. Have you seen it before? ¿Lo has visto antes? He has sold it. Lo ha vendido. I have already told you that. Ya te he dicho eso. She has went out. Ella ha salido. I haven't received it. No lo he recibido. Has he eaten it? ¿Lo ha comido? You have worked a lot today. Has trabajado mucho hoy. I have ordered it. Lo he pedido. I have spoken with them. He hablado con ellos. He said that he hasn't seen them. Dijo que no las ha visto. I haven't decided yet. Todavía no lo he decidido. Have they called you? ¿Te han llamado? We have already had dinner. Ya hemos cenado. In the last lesson, we learned how to form the have past, and now we're going to make the switch into the had past, also known as the past perfect. So in English, this is where we say things like, I had studied, we had eaten, he had seen it. The key sound for this had in Spanish is había. This means I had, había. Onto this, we're simply going to add on the past participle of a verb. So an example would be, I had studied. In Spanish, this would go to había estudiado. You can see how this structure is exactly the same as the have past. So if you're comfortable with that, then you'll have no problem with this. The only thing that we're changing is this key sound. So instead of we have había. Let's take a look at all the angles on one slide. So again, this is our main sound, había, and this key sound runs all the way down the line through all the angles. So we have 4 angles with our main sound. Había, this represents I had, and also the angle of he, she, or it had. Then we have habías, you had, habíamos, we had, habían, they had. So it's a very easy and regular pattern that we have here. Then from any of these sounds, we're going to combine that with the past participle of pretty much any verb. And by doing that, you've formed the had past. Things like the placement of pronouns will behave the same way as before, so they're going to come up front. Let's run a short drill. How would you say, I had spoken with him? Había hablado con él. He had bought it. Lo había comprado. We had studied a lot. Habíamos estudiado mucho. She had called me. Me había llamado. I had already danced. Ya había bailado. We had gone out. Habíamos salido. You had told them, right? Les habías dicho, ¿verdad? They had lived in Mexico. Habían bebido en México. She had cleaned the kitchen. Había limpiado la cocina. He hadn't told me. No me había dicho. I had used it. Lo había usado. We had prepared everything. Habíamos preparado todo. She had told the truth. Había dicho la verdad. I had already done it. Ya lo había hecho. They had visited us. Nos habían visitado. Had you seen it yet? ¿Lo habías visto todavía? We had taken it. Lo habíamos tomado. He had walked here. Había caminado aquí. I had gone there yesterday. Gone is the past participle of the verb to go, so it's going to come from the verb ir. The sound is simply ido. How would you translate this sentence? Había ido allí ayer. I hadn't paid it yet. Todavía no lo había pagado. They had helped me. Me habían ayudado. He had already eaten. Ya había comido. Had you finished it on time? ¿Lo habías terminado a tiempo? She hadn't received it. No lo había recibido. I had lived there for 2 years. Había vivido allí por 2 años. We hadn't decided yet. Todavía no habíamos decidido. I had worked all day. Había trabajado todo el día. In this lesson, we're going to look at how we tell the time in Spanish. First of all, how would we ask the question, what time is it? In Spanish, what they literally ask is, what hour is it? Which would be, ¿qué hora es? So, hora means hour. What time is it? ¿Qué hora es? Of course, telling the time will involve numbers. If you remember back to our lesson on numbers back in level 1, then you'll have no problem when it comes to telling the time. If you need a refresher on numbers in Spanish, now would be a good time to go back and revisit that video. Now, whenever we tell the time, the most essential numbers that we need to know are the hours on the clock, which is 1 through to 12. Have a go at translating these numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. When we tell the time, we'll usually start with it is, then followed by whatever time it is, such as it is 2 o'clock, it is 5 o'clock, it is 7:30, and so on. Now, in Spanish, whenever telling the time, we will fall on the ser side. So we'll use es for it is. But when we tell the time, this will be followed with la. For example, to say it's 1 o'clock would be es la una. So in our English translation, we have the number followed by a clock. But we wouldn't translate this. Instead, what they would say is simply, it is the 1. This is how they express it's 1 o'clock. Es la una. This is how it works for 1 o'clock. But for all the other hours, these will be treated as plural. What this means is that es la will become son las. So we only use es la for 1 o'clock because 1 is singular. But for all numbers above 1, so for all the other hours, these are classified as plural. So instead, we'll use son las. For example, it's 2 o'clock. This would be son las dos. How do you say it's 3 o'clock? Son las tres. It's 4 o'clock. Son las cuatro. It's 5 o'clock. Son las cinco. It's 6 o'clock. Son las seis. It's 7 o'clock. Son las siete. It's 8 o'clock. Son las ocho. It's 9 o'clock. Son las nueve. It's 10 o'clock. Son las 10. It's 11 o'clock. Son las 11. It's 12 o'clock. Son las 12. It's 1 o'clock. Es la una. Now, when it's 12 o'clock, of course there's two possibilities. This could be 12 p.m. or 12 a.m. So in other words, it could be around noon or around midnight. Let's look at how we express those words in Spanish. The word for middle can either be medio or media. This is our key word for these expressions, because the word for noon is mediodía, literally middle day, but it's one word, mediodía. How would you say it's noon? Es mediodía. To express midnight, the sound is medianoche, literally middle night. Again, one word, medianoche. Now, how would you say it is midnight? Es medianoche. So this gives us a nice pairing. Mediodía, medianoche. Let's return back to numbers and look at how we get specific with times. For example, it's 5 past 2, or as we might also say in English, it's 2:05, but it would just be expressed in the same way in Spanish. How they would express this is by saying, it's 2 and 5, which would be son las 2:05. Right, so we just specify the hour, followed by y, then however minutes past. Have a go. How would you say it's 10 past 5? Son las 5:10. It's 4:20. Son las 4:20. It's 7:40. Son las 7:40. 15 in Spanish is quince. But when talking about the time, it's more natural to use cuarto, which literally means quarter. Now try and say, it's 10:15. Son las 10:15. Of course, this could also mean it's 10:15. But whenever in English we say it's 10:15 or it's 10:15, we can express this in the same way in Spanish with son las 10:15. So telling the time is actually quite a bit more simple in Spanish, because we don't have to worry about the many different ways of expressing the time like we do in English. In Spanish, we can just stick with this format when we are telling the time, so it's more straightforward. To say it's 1:30 or it's 1:30, what they'll literally say in Spanish is, it's 1 and middle, which is, es la 1:30. So when telling the time in Spanish, we are on the feminine side. Therefore, we're going with media. Es la 1:30. How would you say it's 2:30? Son las 2:30. Now, when we specify a time, such as at 1 o'clock, what we'd use for at here is simply a. So to say at 1 o'clock would be a la una. Try to say, I'm going to do it at 1 o'clock. Voy a hacerlo a la una. What would be at 4 o'clock? A las 4. At 8 o'clock. A las 8. How do you say in the morning? En la mañana. If we wanted to say something like at 8 o'clock in the morning, when specifying a time in this way, rather than saying in the morning, they'll more say of the morning, so they use de. Translating this, we get a las 8 de la mañana. How would you say at 7 o'clock in the morning? A las 7 de la mañana. What about at 9 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to the beach? A las 9 de la mañana, voy a la playa. To say in the afternoon is en la tarde. How would you express at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Keep in mind that they'll use de here, as in at 2 o'clock of the afternoon. A las 2 de la tarde. How would you say at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? A la 1 de la tarde. I want to do it at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Quiero hacerlo a las 2 de la tarde. To say in the evening or at night in Spanish is en la noche. At 9 o'clock in the evening. A las 9 de la noche. Try and say, at 7 o'clock in the evening, we are going to have dinner. A las 7 de la noche, vamos a cenar. Okay, and there we have it. That's how you tell the time in Spanish. I know that's quite a lot to digest, but for it to really stick in your mind and for you to be comfortable with it, you'll need to keep practicing. Whenever you come across the time, such as when you're looking at the time on your phone or you're looking at a clock, think about how you would say it in Spanish. Early on in the course, we learned how to express the future with I'm going to. Now we're going to look at the past version of this. I was going to. The key sound for this is iba, iba. So we have two parts, iba and a. We have 4 angles packed into this one sound. This will stand for I was going to, he was going to, she was going to, and it was going to. All of this is expressed with iba. Iba functions as a modal verb, so to say something like I was going to tell him would be iba a decirle. Notice how in my pronunciation, the iba and a are separate. So, iba a decirle. I was going to tell him. Iba a decirle. Let's take a look at all the angles for this on one slide. We have iba, ibas a, iba, íbamos a, iban a. So, I was going to, you were going to, he, she, or it was going to, we were going to, and they were going to. So we're always starting with this iba sound, and that's where the stress of the word is. That's why we have this accent appearing over the I for we were going to, íbamos. Then, as shown before, this works just like any other modal verb, so we can easily tag on any full verb that we like to seamlessly create sentences. Hopefully, you get the idea. So let's run a short drill to reinforce all of this. How would you say, I was going to study tonight? Iba a estudiar esta noche. She was going to buy something for you. Iba a comprar algo para ti. They were going to visit us. Iban a visitarnos. He was going to call you. Iba a llamarte. What would this be in the negative? He wasn't going to call you. No iba a llamarte. So as usual, we're just placing no behind our modal verb. So we get no iba. I wasn't going to do it today. No iba a hacerlo hoy. You were going to help me. Ibas a ayudarme. We were going to go to the beach. Íbamos a ir a la playa. We were going to clean everything. Íbamos a limpiar todo. He was going to sell his car. Iba a vender su coche. How do you think you would make this explicitly clear? He was going to sell his car. Él iba a vender su coche. She was going to arrive tomorrow. Iba a llegar mañana. Were you going to call me? ¿Ibas a llamarme? I was going to drink a coffee. Iba a tomar un café. They weren't going to pay for that. No iban a pagar por eso. Here's a new verb, to cancel. The word is very similar in Spanish. Cancelar. How would you say, I was going to cancel it? Iba a cancelarlo. She was going to cancel it for us. Iba a cancelarlo por nosotros. They were going to prepare the dinner. Iban a preparar la cena. I was going to wait for you here. Iba a esperarte aquí. Weren't you going to see it? ¿No ibas a verlo? I was going to live in Mexico. Iba a vivir en México. He was going to give me the book. Iba a darme el libro. We were going to have dinner at 4 o'clock. Íbamos a cenar a las 4. He said that you were going to do it for me. Dijo que ibas a hacerlo por mí. When were you going to tell me? ¿Cuándo ibas a decirme? They were going to study in the library. Iban a estudiar en la biblioteca. I was going to call her. Iba a llamarle. I was going to visit my friends. Iba a visitar a mis amigos. Tonight we were going to rest. Esta noche íbamos a descansar. He said that he was going to the beach. Dijo que iba a la playa. I wasn't going to buy it because of the price. No iba a comprarlo por el precio. She was going to dance. Ella iba a bailar. We were going to travel to Spain next year. Íbamos a viajar a España el próximo año. I was going to speak with them about the problem. Iba a hablar con ellos sobre el problema. They were going to come to the party. Iban a venir a la fiesta. I was going to tell you something important. Iba a decirte algo importante. This video is going to be all about the imperfect tense in Spanish. Now, we don't really have a one-to-one matchup for this tense in English, but basically, it gives a strong sense of used to. In other words, something that was ongoing in the past. First of all, let's look at how we actually form the imperfect. Luckily for us, it's quite easy. We have two possible sounds that we can go into. For AR verbs, we'll conjugate them into this ABA sound. But if it's not an AR verb, meaning it ends in ER or IR, then we'll go into the sound of IA. So these are our two key sounds for the imperfect, ABA and IA. Here are some examples of AR verbs. Hablar, hablaba, tomar, tomaba, comprar, compraba, bailar, bailaba, caminar, caminaba. Now let's switch over to ER and IR verbs. Comer, comía, aprender, aprendía, vivir, vivía, vender, vendía, decir, decía. I'm sure from those examples alone, you now have a strong feel for the sound that we get in this imperfect tense. Let's go back to our example verb hablar. So this went to hablaba. This can be used to mean I used to speak. This is what we are conveying with the imperfect. We are not pointing to a specific point in time where something happened like we are with the simple past. With the imperfect, we're expressing that this was ongoing in the past. Again, it gives this sense of used to. So it's very different from how we use the simple past. There's a lot more details and nuance with this subject of the simple past and the imperfect, but that's a subject I could spend several videos talking about. For now, in this module, we're going to keep it simple and focus on how we actually form the imperfect. So if you wanted to say, I used to speak, you can use the imperfect tense and say, hablaba. This key sound will also stand for the angle of he, she, or it. So, hablaba can mean I used to speak, or he, she, or it used to speak. From here, jumping into the other angles is very easy. If we were to take it all on one slide, it would look like this. So, hablaba, hablabas, hablaba, hablábamos, hablaban. So, like we have seen many times before, once you've formed this key sound, all the other angles fall very nicely into place. So we'll add an S to get hablabas for you used to speak. Or we can add on this mos sound, hablábamos, meaning we used to speak. Or if we add an N, then we get hablaban for they used to speak. This pattern doesn't just apply to AR verbs, it's the same for all verbs. For example, comer. In the imperfect, this goes to comía, meaning I used to eat, or he, she, or it used to eat. Running down the line through all the angles, it would be comía, comías, comía, comíamos, comían. So jumping into the angles works exactly the same for all verbs. Let's now run a drill of around 40 questions where I want you to conjugate the verb into the imperfect and into the angle that we need. For example, I used to speak. Here you can see I've given you the verb in brackets to help you out while we're still actually getting the hang of conjugating into this imperfect tense. So what would this be? I used to speak. Hablaba. What about? You used to speak. Hablabas. I used to eat. Comía. They used to eat. Comían. Let's keep going. He used to live. Bebía. We used to study. Estudiábamos. They used to work. Trabajaban. I used to drink. Bebía. You used to help. Ayudabas. She used to prepare. Preparaba. We used to travel. Viajábamos. They used to wait. Esperaban. I used to sell. Vendía. You used to decide. Decidías. He used to buy. Compraba. We used to listen. Escuchábamos. They used to use. Usaban. I used to dance. Bailaba. You used to walk. Caminabas. She used to clean. Limpiaba. We used to swim. Nadábamos. They used to take. Tomaban. I used to ask. Preguntaba. You used to prepare. Preparabas. He used to rest. Descansaba. We used to visit. Visitábamos. They used to travel. Viajaban. I used to work. Trabajaba. You used to eat. Comías. She used to study. Estudiaba. We used to wait. Esperábamos. They used to buy. Compraban. I used to learn. Aprendía. You used to drink. Bebías. He used to decide. Decidía. We used to help. Ayudábamos. They used to say. Decían. I used to do. Hacía. You used to sell. Vendías. She used to walk. Caminaba. We used to do. Hacíamos. They used to pay. Pagaban. I used to wait. Esperaba. You used to swim. Nadabas. She used to tell. Decía. We used to go out. Salíamos. They used to make. Hacían. Now let's try out some short sentences. Make sure to pause the video to give yourself the time you need to process and actually translate these sentences. I used to work in a store. Trabajaba en una tienda. We used to study together. Estudiábamos juntos. I used to drink a lot of coffee. Bebía mucho café. I used to buy it. Lo compraba. They used to prepare it. Lo preparaban. She used to help me. Me ayudaba. To say every morning, you have two options in Spanish. You could either say todas las mañanas or cada mañana. The top one literally translates as all the mornings, but in the second one, really what we're saying is each morning. But Spanish will also use this to mean every morning. Let's try to use this one, cada mañana. You used to eat bread every morning. Comías pan cada mañana. They used to sell fruit. Vendían frutas. We used to travel a lot. Viajábamos mucho. He used to tell us. Nos decía. You used to do it all the time. Lo hacías todo el tiempo. I used to swim each Saturday. Nadaba cada sábado. How do you think you would make this explicit that you were talking about yourself? So, I used to swim each Saturday. Yo nadaba cada sábado. She didn't used to sing. No cantaba. My brother used to buy bread here. Mi hermano compraba pan aquí. You used to wait for me. Me esperabas. I used to order online. Lo pedía en línea. He used to call me every night. Me llamaba cada noche. They didn't used to wait. No esperaban. He never used to go out at night. Nunca salía por la noche. We used to have dinner here. Cenábamos aquí. You used to prepare it very well. Lo preparabas muy bien. He used to arrive on time. Llegaba a tiempo. My mom used to do it for me. Mi madre lo hacía por mí. They used to tell me the same thing. Me decían lo mismo.